Good evening. I'm calling to order the special Fairfax Town Council meeting Tuesday, October 11th at 6:30. I guess we'll proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance and then we'll do the roll call. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Michelle, will you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Goddard.
I am here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Present.
And Mayor Hellman.
I am here.
All present.
May I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion passes. We just had a 5:30 closed session. There's nothing to report out on that. And Vice Mayor, may I ask you to read the land acknowledgement?
Absolutely. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging.
Thank you. As far as meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cell phones or place them in silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting, and any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. We have a presentation this evening, a proclamation in honor of Noah Marin. And I believe the members of NOAA are here this evening. I'm really happy that we are back in person. It's good to see your faces. The Town of Fairfax proclamation in honor of Noah Marin. Whereas on November 23rd, 2020, an out-of-town visitor, a self-proclaimed, quote, believer in Nazi ideology, wandered through Fairfax, defiling the town with Nazi swastika stickers on both private and public property. And whereas despite video evidence recorded by local resident Noah Mohan, there were barriers to prosecution which dismayed and mobilized residents of Fairfax and Marin County, with over 1,000 petition signatures calling for action and 350 attendees at the Marin County District Attorney's Forum in response to the event. And whereas the failings of Section 11411 of the California Penal Code created community vulnerability and needed correction. And whereas Erica Helmberg, Mark Levine, Mark Solomons, Sandy Hansher, and Laurie Gottlieb met weekly, ultimately forming NOAA Marin, which stands for Name, Oppose, and Abolish Hate, to address issues of bias, racism, and equity. And whereas Noah Marin examined the text of Section 11411 carefully and amended it to make the display of Nazi symbols, nooses, and desecrated religious emblems with the intent to terrorize in public spaces illegal, in addition to the current law prohibiting hate symbols on private property. And whereas Section 11411 was also inconsistent in the use of penalties pertaining to these three groups of symbols, Noah Marin rewrote the penalties section to make all three penalties uniform. And whereas Assembly members Rebecca Bauer-Kahan and Mark Levine agreed to carry the revised language to Section 11411, Assembly Bill AB 2282 was introduced on February 16th, 2022, with a co-authorship from 16 other legislators. And whereas Noah Marin helped guide AB 2282 through the California's Assembly's Public Safety Committee and Appropriation Committee, as well as the California Senate's Public Safety Committee and Appropriation Committees, and through the full Assembly and Senate with unanimous floor votes. By garnering support from government, nonprofit, religious, educational, and other sources via letter, email, phone, and in-person testimony. And whereas Noah Marin directed similar support, urging Governor Newsom to sign AB 2282. The governor did so with a special Twitter post announcement acknowledging the importance of the bill on September 18th, 2022. Whereas Noah Marin successfully accomplished changing existing law in order to make what happened in Fairfax on November 23rd, 2020, legally prosecutable. And where Noah Marin has continued to meet weekly and will persist in fighting bias and prejudice in our community. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that the Fairfax Town Council honors and thanks Noah Marin for its tireless efforts to protect our community from being subjected to hate symbols. I have goosebumps. I am so honored that you all come from our community and made such a difference in our broader community and our state. We are all safer as a result. You should feel so proud of yourselves. I know Noah Mohan is here in the audience and you are a hero in our community, Noah. Thank you so very, very much. You are part of this effort. You inspired this effort. So thank you so very, very much. If you all want to come up, we have one of these, but we are going to print multiple copies so all of you will have it and they'll be ready sometime next week. Happy to take public comment on this item. If there's anybody who wants to comment? Okay, thank you again for coming. Oh, is there any comment on Zoom? Any raised hands?
Yes. Oh, no. No raised hands on Zoom.
Yes, this is Mark Solomons. I just want to acknowledge that Mark Levine is not here in person and he is on Zoom. So he was instrumental in initiating the language with his legislative experience. So definitely want to thank Mark for participating for the last several years together. And we look forward to working together moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noah Marin. Again, such an incredible honor to be shown that when there's something that happens that we feel like legislation isn't designed to respond to, that we don't have to give up at that point, that we can continue to persevere. So I hope this continues to inspire our residents and our county to pave the way for what should be the law. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. Alternatively, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent calendar items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. Before we open it up to public comment, is there any clarification?
Just one, we got a supplement for what said item 4, but it's actually a supplement to item 5. Just a clarification.
And Mayor, I'd like to actually pull item 6.
Thank you. Yes, I have some comments on that one too, so thank you.
Excuse
Um,
me, did I?
So the
Actually,
she was asking.
I just
me.
wanted to ask about the agenda item number for this supplement.
Yeah, the supplement, item 5 is the salary schedule. What says on the supplement is item 4.
Yeah, it's actually just the exhibit A to the resolution for the wages and benefits for management.
Oh, okay.
It's also referred to loosely as a salary schedule, but it's technically just exhibit A to the resolution, the salary range table.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay. Okay. Let's open public comment for a consent calendar, please.
So for people wanting to make any comments on consent items, this is the time to raise your hand on Zoom. Or if you're here in public, to come up to the podium. And I don't
Come up to the podium.
Hi, is this only right now, the comment, is it only for the salaries or is it just everything that's on the agenda?
Do you have if you have the printed agenda, we're on the section that's called consent calendar. So if you have comments on items 2 through 7, this is your opportunity to
Okay.
offer comment. If it's on anything, items like 8, 9, 10, etc., it's not your time to comment.
I didn't print that page, unfortunately, is the just cause.
No, that's not the time.
That's item 8, and that'll be after consent.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Are there any raised hands on the Zoom?
yes, there is now a raised hand on Zoom. And there's just one. It's Zach Cordisco, and Zach, you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry, I just want some clarification. That woman might have just asked this, but will there be time for public comment on items number 8, 9, and 10 that were continued from last week?
Actually, we closed the public comment on that one, right?
On item 9, right? That was last week. But 8 and 10.
I can help answer that question, Mayor.
Janet, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody specify which items are closed
If
for
you look
public
at
comment.
at the agenda, number 9 is, we close public comment on that. So 8 will be public comment on, but 9, and then 10, let's see, that's open. Take public comment on 10, which is amplified music and parklets. Number 9, we close the public comment on the green building.
Got it.
Can we allow more public comment on number 9? I think because it was so late last week, by the time it got to it, people probably left the meeting. And I know a lot of people that I know signed off of Zoom because it just got so late. And especially after the presentation, I think there's probably more questions to be had for that and more public comment.
Can I decide at the time, given how many hands are raised and how late the hour is?
No.
You have to decide right now.
No, you don't have to
Okay.
decide right now.
Any more hands raised?
Thank you. Is that all?
Yeah, I'm just hoping for a chance for more people to talk on that item. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may,
if it would make sense for the public who are interested in that to make a decision now whether we will allow public comment or not, so they don't wait and again have us say we're not going to. Could we have a brief discussion on that?
I don't know how many people are here for that, Renee. I don't know how many people are coming for all the other items, so I don't want to commit to it yet, but I hear you and I care about public comment. But if we have 2 hours of comments on item number 8, I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
Excuse me, a salient point to this. If you
No,
recall,
no,
just for the protocol. If you recall, we basically were going to close the meeting and we had somebody in public that waited for that time. So some of the people on Zoom may have thought that it's going to be closed down and postponed and didn't have that opportunity to speak. So I hope you will open it up. It's a very important issue. Thank you.
I am closing public comment on consent. And I'm going to recommend we continue item number 6. The Board of Supervisors made substantial changes to their letter today, and there's also quite a few missing folks that should have been CC'd that are.
The only thing I will say is I'm fine with whatever you want to do, but there is a time critical nature to this. That's why we rushed to get it on this agenda.
Okay, well, we can send our comments to the clerk for the letter and bring it back to the next meeting. Okay. Do I have a motion for the consent?
Does that preclude?
I'd make a
hearing
motion to approve the
discussion about
consent.
those comments?
I'd make a
I'll
motion.
second.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Oh.
Accept item 6 and with the supplement for item 4.
Yep, I'll second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion passes. Okay, moving on to the regular agenda, item number 8. Introduce ordinances amending Title 5 of Town Code Chapter 5.54, just cause evictions, and Chapter 5.55, mandatory mediation for rental increases with a rent stabilization program. Janet, I believe you're going to deliver the staff report and ordinances.
Yes. Yes. So in your packet, you will see 2 revised ordinances, 5.54, Chapter 5.54 of the Town Code, Chapter 5.55 of the Town Code. The first one, 5.54, is the just cause evictions. The second one, the 5.55, currently is entitled mandatory mediation for rental increases. And it is going to have a title change. To rent stabilization program. And there are a number of internal cross-references and clerical types of things that we have found that need to be revised. And I won't go through all of those in detail, but they're all clerical and not substantive in any nature at all. We have left the effective date open for a discussion. And I want you to understand that there is an effective date. There's also an implementation date. So those are 2 different concepts that the council can discuss. And then also, let's see, there was a question about, was there a rollback provision in 5.55? Yes, there is. And let me tell you where that is. It's in 5.55.080. Stabilization of rents, right of reasonable return for landlords comes in A, and it's February 2nd, 2022. And I believe there is to be some discussion about some other provisions potentially. But aside from clerical issues, I believe this is the direction that the council gave at their 9/21 meeting, September 21st meeting. I make him sit down.
It is, could you please refrain from that type of behavior? It's very disruptive and inappropriate. I'm not sure if it's even legal.
Thank you. So anyway, I'm available to answer questions, but I believe we have addressed the issues, the direction from the council at 9/21 meeting. And I can go through some of that if you like, or we can save time and start discussing some of the outstanding issues.
I guess I would like for you to walk us through what the core items of what you heard, the core changes. And then I'd like to hear any clarifying questions that council has, and then we'll take public comment.
Okay, so one of the major things that the council discussed at their September 21st meeting was not having a separate board, rent board. And so we removed that concept from the rent stabilization ordinance, and we tried to distribute those duties and responsibilities. Mostly you will see in the ordinance that says town manager in the definitions. We have added in town manager or designee, contemplating a contractual relationship with someone else to be providing those services. So that was probably the biggest thing that took some doing to take that structure out, while trying to leave most of the substance, the center core of the rent stabilization ordinance there. Let's see, what else? There was some discussion about, and I think there was a basic vote on the right of return for a right to, if a unit is taken off of the market, the right of the renter to come back in. And there was a structure that was there for if it comes back on the market in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. And I think we had a discussion, there was a vote amongst council to make it all 2 years. And so I think that is also something that you're going to want to revisit perhaps and discuss. We generally were trying to make the structure fit the model that the council had envisioned, where the town council would sit as an appeals board only. And there would not be a separate rent board. We envision contractual help with processing requests from tenants or landlords for rent increases. We also anticipate coming back with contracts at a future date. So that will inform the effective date, implementation date discussion. Effective date is always 30 days from the second reading of an ordinance. And you can extend that out if you would like to whatever you would like to have it be. It can be 60, 90 days. It can be 6 months. You can decide what works best for you. There's also another concept known as implementation date, where you can have the ordinance go into effect. And I do point out there are private rights of action in both of these. And that was in the model ordinance as well. And you can have an implementation date, though, that is either a date or it is decided upon satisfaction of particular conditions. So, for example, if contracts have been are being negotiated with providers who will provide assistance in the implementation and operation of the ordinance, of the program. You could have an implementation date that says something like upon approval by the council of sufficient contractual resources to implement the program. And you can leave the effective date at 30 days out from second reading. But understanding that the program itself would not be implemented until those conditions have been satisfied, and those conditions would be contracts that would have to come back to the council to be approved. So that's really up to the council of how you want to address that. But I suggest that you address not only the effective date, implementation date, but you ask any other questions you may have. And then if you wish to discuss the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year for units coming back on the market once they've been taken off the market, the rental market, then I'm looking for some direction as to how you would like that to read.
Got it. Okay. Does any of the council have questions about either of the ordinances at this point? We can go through deliberating on some of these clauses, but as far as what she came back with and delivered from what the direction we offered in the last meeting.
Well, I guess my question is very brief, so I'll just ask it. That between the effective date, let's say that's 30 days after the second reading, should it pass, and the implementation date, which would presumably be somewhat later, would that mean that if someone were to come to the town with something that once the whole thing is implemented, they would be coming to the rent board, or that would there's still a clear path as to how that would be handled? Is that correct? That's not a problem, that there's a gap between those two dates?
Can I piggyback onto that? Which is just trying to figure out similarly, if the effective date is, as Councilmember Ackerman said, 30 days after second reading, are we still able to move forward with part of the contractual agreement so that we can get some like legal aid of Marin if they're going to be receiving a lot of the intake for this? Would we be able to move forward with part of that and start getting questions answered before, an implementation date someplace in the future?
Well, my understanding, and anybody can jump in here if you have additional information. My understanding is that they would be doing an educational outreach, legal aid of Marin. Is that correct?
That's part of their services. Yeah, they've outlined it in detail for us. But yeah, that's part of it. They provide consultative legal services for both the landlord and the tenant today and with the program.
And so the only thing I would caution is getting part of it set up, but not all of it, such that a person might get part of the way into it and then have to stop. That would really not be ideal. But you can certainly structure it. And David, maybe you have some additional thoughts on this. You can structure it how you'd like.
Through the mayor, as the town attorney indicated, I think it could be confusing if you set up a part of this in terms of informational outreach and set up expectations that the program is indeed in place to move forward with receiving petitions and processing petitions, et cetera. So I think in terms of initial work, it would need to be clear that it's informational and the core services of setting up the program are yet to come. That would be very important. Otherwise, individuals are going to have expectations that they're going to be able to go through the full process. And it could be better to really try to set up that entire process so that as you move forward and put out information, there is the opportunity to receive petitions, process the petitions, and do the full work of the rent board and as envisioned in terms of the ordinance. So I would caution a little bit in terms of expectations. It would be very important to be clear in terms of what you're offering in terms of delivery.
May I double piggyback real quick? So thanks for the explanation. Makes sense. But in a situation where you might have the opportunity to start the outreach to landlord part, sending letters, drafting letters, getting the ball rolling so that the landlords, once this is in the implementation phase, may have already put in for their license so that there's some funds that are starting to accrue. Is that something that we could start prior to the implementation date?
Again, through the mayor, if I could, I think in terms of providing general information about the overall program to tenants and landlords, that would be appropriate, with clarification in terms of intake and actual processing, that would occur at some identified date in the future, so that it's very clear that you're providing overall information in terms of how the program's going to work, and then try to determine a date for actual startup or implementation. So it's very clear to everybody. So the idea of initial information with that understanding, I think could work.
I think we're going to get some commentary from our partners, Legal Aid of Marin, related to this, as well as the city of Berkeley, that could add some color to help us figure out the plan. So I'd like to open public comment, please, unless, do you have another question? Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to start with people in the room or on Zoom?
In the room, please.
Okay, and then we'll follow that by people on Zoom who can start to raise their hands if they like.
Go ahead.
How about now? All right. Good evening, council members. As I believe you all know by now, my name is Kurt Reese. I'm a San Anselmo renter, a co-chair of the Marin chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, and a co-chair of our campaign to establish rent control in Marin, starting right here in Fairfax. If I could have the 4 minutes allotted to organizational representatives, that would be much appreciated. I'm here to express my cautious excitement, frankly, about what could be accomplished this evening. I'm 34 years old. My parents moved to Marin when my mom was pregnant with me. And in those 3.5 decades, this county has radically changed, and Fairfax along with it. Year after year, this area has become more and more closed off to ordinary people, to seniors on fixed incomes attempting to stay close to family and friends, to young people trying to go to school or get a start in their lives, to working families who simply want a decent home and a welcoming community. The vast majority of us cannot and will never be able to afford a $1 or $2 million home, which is standard these days. In order to live here, we have to rent. What the council is considering tonight is, in my mind, the most consequential action any elected body has considered taking in many years to try to slow or even bring to a halt this unrelenting trend towards making Marin an enclave only accessible to the very wealthy. Strengthening just cause eviction protections and establishing rent stabilization would take a stand and say that our families, our friends, our neighbors, the human beings who make up our community are more important than maximizing profits for a relatively small group of landlords and realtors. And because Fairfax has had the courage to go first in making this stand, though we hope many jurisdictions will be close behind, the burden is on you all to make these policies as strong as possible. That's why I want to urge the council to close the just cause eviction loopholes opened at the end of the September 21st meeting and then vote yes on both proposed ordinances. Specifically, we ask that you re-extend Thank you. Specifically, we ask that you re-extend the Ellis Act re-rental protections governing how long a landlord must keep their units rent stabilized, and how long a tenant has a right of return after being evicted, from 2 years to 5 years. We know from extensive experience across the state that speculative investors and corporate landlords are more than happy to let their units sit vacant for a year or two if that means being able to evict their long-term tenant with a stabilized rent and jack up the rents on a new tenant, essentially skirting around the rental cap established by rent stabilization. Extending this time period to 5 years of protection would severely disincentivize such fraudulent behavior and keep renters in their home. For the same basic reason, we also ask that you reinstate triple damages and exemplary damages for landlords who are found by a judge to have broken the law. The rationale for this is simple. If you limit the penalties for lawbreakers to actual damages only, then you are incentivizing them to illegally evict their tenants in violation of the law, because the payoff for doing so is worth the nominal risk of getting caught and paying those actual damages. Reinstating triple or exemplary damages does exactly the opposite. It disincentivizes landlords who may be otherwise inclined to test their luck so that no illegal evictions occur in the first place, meaning renters get to keep a roof over their heads. Please do the work tonight to close these loopholes and then vote yes on both ordinances. Thousands of Fairfax renters and many tens of thousands of Marin renters are counting on you. And all we want is a home. Thank you.
Good evening, Susan Adams. I reside at 47 Tamalpais Road, Fairfax. I've been here several times speaking. I've written a letter to each of you. I've also had a letter to the editor in the Marin IJ, in each one urging support for adoption of these ordinances. I, as a homeowner, I'm speaking to you again to urge swift adoption of the two measures you have in front of you. In the past several months, many of my neighbors have residents have shared with you very personal and poignant stories of housing vulnerabilities. We have shared these circumstances, perhaps despite a reluctance to do so, to share these stories publicly, but in order to impress upon you the importance and urgency of adoption of these important housing measures. Since this effort began, 3 of my neighbors have had to leave. 2 were evicted. 1, a local school teacher, could no longer afford to live in Fairfax and had to move out about a week ago. That changed our neighborhood. In my own circumstances, due to a family tragedy, I may have to leave and rent my home, at least temporarily. If I have to do so, I want to know that there is a process in place that provides for fair and reasonable rents that I think are reasonable for my home, but also fair to the tenants and to the community. I'm not a real estate professional. I'm a homeowner, and I don't want to be a real estate professional. I want to know that there's a process in place that's adopted by this town, that the same rules apply to everybody. And as a town council members, you have the opportunity, and I believe you have the authority and obligation to help make this preserve a diverse community for all people. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, council. My name is Chris. You know who I am by now. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Ellis Act, which allows landlords to legally go out of business and to evict all their tenants. So this is a key part of just cause ordinance, because there's no limit to how many times a landlord can do this. They can go out of business 3, 4, 5 times. And by having an empty lot for 2 years, they effectively go back into a business and jack up the rents for the next tenant. We need to make sure that this is not something that people are able to do. And we need to make sure that tenants are allowed the right of return for at least 10 years. So they can go back to their previous dwellings that they might have been kicked out of because of the Ellis Act. I'd also like to comment on the palpable energy here tonight, hopefully on Zoom too, for the importance of what you guys are going to do here tonight. I have faith in my community. I'm very proud of everyone for turning out for the last year to raise this important issue. And, I've heard people say that they have no faith in politics anymore. But in this last year, this has given people hope that good things can happen when you show up and you let everyone know that you're going to take control of your life. And that's what's happening here tonight. So thank you.
Hi again. My name is Veronica Garretts, and I'm a resident here in Fairfax, a renter as well. And I feel like it's so appropriate that we got to celebrate Noah Marin's accomplishments legally in terms of the impact at the state level that had and will continue to have for equity and anti-racism, and how important affordable housing and rent stabilization is as an anti-racist policy. And I feel so proud to know you and be a part of this evening and this process in the small ways of just making public comment that I've been able to. And want to echo, well, first to say thank you so much for Kurt. What a blessing that we've been able to have you and the rest of the DSA folks helping to bring this model ordinance to us and continuing to scrutinize it and spend so much time. And we're indebted to you. So thank you. And to second the recommendation that the amount of time that a landlord can come back and rent that same home be moved from at least 2 to 5 years. Thank you very much for all that you're doing for our town.
Hi, I'm Margaret Honey, and I'm a landlord. I own a couple of duplexes in Marin. In Fairfax, Marin, Fairfax. And I sent a letter to, I think, just about to all of you today, voicing out my objections to what has been happening. And if this passes, it's going to further disadvantage the landlords. I have children who are tenants, so I see both sides of it, and I have been a tenant myself. So I will not go into every one of them, but having rent control, reasonable rent control is fine, and the mediation that was passed in the past, that's okay too. However, for a tenant to come back 10 years later, 5 years later with the previous rent, with the inflation that is going on, it's impossible for the landlords. What people do not understand, when I tell my tenants, and I've been very good about raising the rent very, very slowly, some of them don't leave, even though they have, low rent. When I tell them that an electrician, licensed electrician, to change their lights or to do some minor work costs $185 an hour, their jaw drops. It is expensive to operate and maintain a rental property. And I have owned the properties, luckily, for quite a few years. And but then you do the math. Somebody who has to buy a duplex, let's say for $1 million in Fairfax, they have to get a loan, the taxes, everything. There is no profit. How can they subsidize the rents? How much time do I have? Okay. So I don't have a pension plan. My retirement is my rentals are my pension plan. And this is awful. What the government should be helping the tenants, and this burden is put on the landlords. And this has been the trend. Thank you.
Good evening. I don't envy the job in front of you. My name is Melissa Prandy, and I represent and own Prandy Property Management. And I pride myself on the way we treat people equally. And I pride myself on not raising rents to an extreme amount. We have a lot of our clients that are using the income. They're on fixed income, and they use the rental income to live on. They're in assisted living very commonly now, in memory care and things like that. That's costing a lot of money. And to reiterate the fact that the cost of repairs today, a simple faucet repair could be $500, because everybody that we use is licensed and insured, and we go by the rules. but we pride ourselves on not raising the rents too high. So I urge you to look at the ordinance to see that we don't wait 10 years. Even 5 years is too long because the cost of being a landlord has gone up. Their utilities have gone up, their taxes have gone up, their insurance has gone up, and we're watching things be delayed even to get repaired. So we pride ourselves to keep the rents fair to all that rent from Brandy Property Management. And I think what you're doing has great weight to it. But I also think we need to look at the fact that not all landlords are greedy and some rely on the income to live on. So please consider that and let's make it fair for all. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, Council. Speaking on behalf of 65 people that live in my property, I may take a minute more. I'll try not to. I'm up here to really discuss the subject matter. The subject matter isn't really a rent control or a just cause eviction, although a just cause eviction is a reasonable thing. What we're really talking about is the lack of affordability. And a lack of affordability comes with the consolidation of ownership and the higher cost of everything else. The issues that are coming up, if they were immediately implemented, as some of the speakers have asked for, you're going to lose your smaller mom and pop different landlords, the people that can make that forbearance, that can make that, okay, well, I'll help you up in 3 months when you get a job, I want you to make up. And so we get this back to place. Okay. You come into all this corporate ownership and you're going to be out. Currently, the HCD is even pushing forth public purpose bonds to buy up this housing. As the landlords drop off, you're going to see more and more institutional investors coming in. They're not part of the community. They have a very clear line to their investors. They can afford to wait as long as they want. So really what's before you is the issue of affordability. And really these types of actions are what's creating this problem. All these actions, as lofty as, for instance, the green building codes that are requiring all these expenses, yes, they're great in the right place, but collectively these things are making it unaffordable. When I look at even what your affordable rent starts for your AMI in Marin County at $80,000, I don't want to diminish anybody, but I only have a couple of tenants that would even qualify for that. And that's why I've pushed so many times for you guys to do a BID so we avoid the HUD money so we can keep this in our community. But again, it gets overlooked for an easier path. Again, I encourage you to understand the unintended consequence that it's going to exceed what we want because the expenses are going up. It's going to push out the smaller landlords, which in turn is going to raise the rents. This is something that if the town took a more pointed interest in and tried to set up a better parameter how our town can operate, you could have more affordable rents. But with all the additional regulations and burdens, that's a cost that gets translated through taxes and expenses, and it falls on a burden of the renters. And so really what we're up here is talking about affordability, and these things are taking that affordability opportunity away. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy, as you know, and I first want to thank Kurt for and all the group of everybody who's been part of the group of people who've been taking on this whole challenge that I feel like I passed the torch to in some way. But I want to urge you to pass these laws. They're important, and I was a Fairfax resident for 11 years and lost my home, not by my own choice. And there are the lack of stability for renters in this entire state, especially this entire county and across the country is I don't really have words for how horrible it is to be part of. Homes matter more than anything, and our money, a lot of people in this country and in this county and in this town, the majority of our money goes to paying rent, and for a lot of people, and this really matters a lot. And I came over here again to voice my support for these ordinances. And I'm also still really concerned about the people who are not registered renters and what happens to those renters here in this town, which I know there's a lot of. So thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I just wanted to address the gentleman who was talking about a 10-year window of right of return. Sounds, I mean, what can happen in 10 years? A lot of things can happen in 10 years. And if you're making a landlord have to go back and rent to someone who was there 10 years earlier, that's, I don't know, borders on insanity. I can understand, you know, putting somebody in so that you can get somebody out and then try to raise the rent from there within a 2-year period. That makes sense. But if you've had a family member living there for 7 years, and then, you know, they've graduated college, they have a job, they go off on their own, and you put the property back on the market, this person can come from 7 years earlier and have a legal right to that property. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So that's the only thing I have to say.
I would like to add one more thing, which I forgot to add.
I'm sorry that's not possible. You've already had your time. Thank you.
After it beeped, I just stopped. Some people took a few more minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It's the owner move in. I would like to be able to move in eventually into one of my properties, but you know, the 3 protected groups, and I understand totally, the owner should be able to move in. They should be given, the disabled people and so on should be given a bigger leeway, more time to find something, but it's the essence of ownership to be able to live in your own place. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room want to offer a public comment? Okay, we'll go to the Zoom.
Okay, if you're on Zoom and you would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. The first raised hand is Pamela Miggs, followed by Roy Wolford. You have 2 minutes to speak. And Pam, you're unmuted now.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Good evening, everybody. I really appreciated Michael's talk on affordability. I have been here since '87. I moved here because this was the only part of Marin I could afford. So yes, Fairfax has changed. And so I am concerned as a landlord, and I really appreciated, I didn't get her name, about the hardships. The cost of repairs are phenomenal. And I did a search on various studies throughout the Bay Area and other parts of California.
Something went wrong.
And found that there is a hardship because of the amount of repairs that you can't really, sorry, someone's speaking behind me. You have to raise the rent to some degree. And a lot of people are not greedy. They're just trying to survive. The same for me. If I get sick and I have to move up north to be with my daughter and I want to come back to my house at some point, what am I going to have to deal with? It's just very stressful to think about it. And I think a lot of the homeowners aren't really clear on all the issues around this policy and ordinance. So I would really ask that you maybe spend more time to really help these homeowners and landlords. So I'm that's where I'm sort of at. I can't, not 2 years is even a lot for me to think about. And I understand the equity issue. I do. And things have changed here. And again, it's an affordability, and you actually heard the real estate agent on her take. So I hope you kind of pull back and discuss it longer. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Roy Wolford, followed by Megan Maddock. And Roy, you're unmuted now.
The proposed Fairfax rent ordinance contains 32 whereases for tenants, 0 for landlords. One landlord in Fairfax, main source of income is Social Security. The rent collected supplements their income. The net rent income, that is rent paid minus expenses, varies between $4,000 and $6,000 per year. This person worked their entire life investing in that property. They opened the rental unit to supplement their income and help renters. Now, they may very well face bankruptcy should there be a need to fix major damages to that property requiring all to vacate, relocate. A recent repair of a sink faucet by a plumber cost $500. And the town council thinks this landlord is wealthy and greedy. Let's look at just 2 specific sections of the many anti-landlord clauses in the proposed ordinance. Relocation. Mandatory daily fees tally to $295. Monthly fees tally to $9,000 with an added $3,000 when the tenant has health issues. If the property was significantly damaged due to an act of God, earthquake, or flood, and the property took up to a year to restore, the tenant's subsidy would tally to $144,000. And these payments will escalate significantly year after year. The nuisances. Protects bad actors. A tenant who damages a rental unit is protected under the Fairfax ordinance and can receive subsidies from the landlord. This proposed ordinance, if approved, will hurt all landlords, particularly those property owners who rent rooms and ADUs and JDAUs, where the tenant intentionally damages the property in order to receive payments from the landlord. When the Fairfax Town Council and Fairfax residents succeed in driving out landlords and other property owners, there will be only government housing. Deep six this an inequitable ordinance. Ordinances need to be balanced 2 ways, not an extreme one-way street.
Thank you. The next speaker is Megan Maddock, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Megan, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Council. I'm Megan Maddock. I'm a renter in Fairfax. You've heard from me several times over the past year in support of rent control in Fairfax. I know this has been a long process with a lot of new information, and I just want to thank the Council for collaborating and listening, particularly to the folks who live here in Fairfax. We have heard from a lot of folks today, including from some folks who represent landlords and property management, about the hardship and that those folks have faced and the limits on their profit if rent control were to be passed. And I just want to remind the Council that out of control rental increases means that people could lose their homes, lose their community, their sense of stability. I know personally speaking, my lease is up in December, and with the state law, my increase could be up to $300 a month, which would be too much for me to be able to afford to stay here in Fairfax. And I am really proud to call Fairfax my home. I love it here, an amazing community. And when I look at what we value in Fairfax, I hope it's the people who live here and not profits. I really want to see my neighbors be able to stay in their home and continue to build this amazing community. So I really urge you to follow through and vote yes on the ordinance tonight. We're making history in Marin and making history for the state of California. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Mallory G. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I appreciate the efforts of everyone involved in getting these ordinances as far as they are, and I hope very much that they are passed as soon as possible. I did want to highlight some concerns I still have, specifically in the changes that were made from the last versions, and those are the ones that Kurt mentioned earlier, the change walking back the treble damages provisions and some of the time period decreases. As he mentioned, reducing the penalties a landlord has for doing an illegal eviction to actual damages just incentivizes the calculation of whether or not the tenant's increased cost of rent for some temporary period of time and their moving expenses is worth less to the landlord than the amount of money they'll get by increasing the rent to whatever extreme is currently market. There's nothing weeding out landlords from willfully breaking this statute without any sort of increased penalty or way to address that situation. Without it, you just have a not for cause eviction where you pay some fee that you get to wait a very long time to see if you're even going to have to pay, or a for cause eviction, which rightfully is done without any cost. I also wanted to address some of the comments about the character of Fairfax's landlords and corporate landlords in general. I also read the reporting in the Chronicle on the concentration of housing in the Bay Area, and I don't understand why we would not assume that that trend would eventually hit West Marin, given that eventually the housing market will be exhausted.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mallory G, followed by Lee Simon Weisberg. And Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay, hi. I just want to say I understand both sides of this. I understand what Michael was talking about and the woman who was talking about she being an owner. And if there was any way to have oversight against illegal evictions, if that was allowed, and I don't know if our lawyer wants to address that, but I'm completely against illegal evictions for an owner to come in just because they want the place. I also agree with what Mark said. 5 to 10 years to come back when all this cost of living stuff is going on seems absurd to me. So I am against that. And I'm also very much against corporate owners. I don't know if we can do anything about that either. Is this not appropriate to talk about Airbnbs in this part of the thing, or is that okay? Stephanie, somebody.
Go ahead, Mallory.
Okay, so just to throw in the Airbnb thing, if we keep people who are renting Airbnbs who live in the same place that they're renting, I'm for that. But to have people not be living and renting Airbnbs, I'm completely against that if they're not going to be living on the premises. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Simon Weisberg, followed by Naomi Alessandra. And Leah, you're unmuted now.
She's with the ACE organization. She'll get double the time.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to just cover a few points. One is just to remind everyone that the rent ordinance does not regulate homeowners, that if you live in your single family home and you're not renting to anybody, this doesn't have any impact. I wanted to also speak to the importance of the timeframes around the Ellis evictions, and just to remind everyone that when we're talking about an Ellis Act eviction and the protections that are needed, the state law itself recognized that the Ellis Act and withdrawal of units from the market could easily be used to circumvent rent control and all of just cause. And not only is it said in the law itself, and it articulates all the different ways that you can prevent that from happening by these different protections that you're considering, but case law, when it discusses what is lawful and what isn't, the court specifically says that is the basis of these protections, and that the taking units off the market is not any time a tenant needs to leave. It's in these very narrow situations where people just say they're going to leave it empty. And in light of the housing crisis, it's really concerning. But what we've learned across the state is that this will be used by speculators, whether that speculator owns 2 units, 1 unit, or 100 units. There are many people who are trying to just take advantage of the housing crisis. And it's not really about how much you own, it's about what you're trying to own. And these protections are really crucial. And the reason that they are 2, 5, and 10 has to do with what we have seen across the state speculators using, and what years basically distinguishes between somebody who's just decided they don't want to rent out their duplex anymore, and people who are just doing it to circumvent. And so it's not a coincidence that across the state, those are the time periods that people are using. And I think you've heard from legal services through their letters, but it is a real crisis that without these significant protections, basically a just cause ordinance just gets swallowed up, because it becomes just a no fault eviction if you aren't paying attention, because speculators can just sit and hold the properties essentially as a bank. And that's what real estate has become, that people are just using it to basically where they put their money because the interest rates have historically been so low. The other thing is that this is a law that has been in effect in California for more than 50 years. And many cities have gone through the period of implementation. And, if landlords feel that they still need to increase the rents beyond what is being allowed, they have the opportunity to file a petition. And that can happen as soon as the landlord finds that they're in that situation, that they can't cover those costs. And so that in that period, you bring a handwritten one. If somebody the next morning needs to do it, they can. But that is not shown to be an issue in any transition. Nowhere in the state in that period was that an issue, and implementation has gone really easily in all of the different cities that have been passing new ordinances. Especially since 2015, we've almost doubled the number of jurisdictions. So also with my hat with the Berkeley Rent Board, we look forward to working and supporting the community as we have in many other jurisdictions. Thank you.
And Leah, stay on, because we might need to circle back with you as we discuss your services as far as, contracting with you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Naomi Alessandra, followed by Wendell Bird. And Naomi, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for all of your diligent, compassionate, and forward-thinking work on these issues. I've been a single mother and renter for 17 years living in Fairfax. I cannot tell you how many times my life has been thrown into turmoil by my already high rent being raised once again. I've seen so many valuable members of the community forced out by skyrocketing rent. In a county with so many glaring equity issues, passing these ordinances in support of rent stabilization and just cause eviction would be an extraordinary step in the right direction. I'd like to raise my voice tonight to urge you to follow the recommendations offered by previous speakers, including the last speaker who spoke so articulately about this, to close the Ellis Act loophole so that the right of return is increased from 2 years to at least 5 years. Thank you so much for listening and for all of your work on this issue. Please pass the strongest ordinances that you can to help the most vulnerable members of your community retain their homes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wendell Bird, followed by Lucy Hollingsworth, Legal Aid of Marin. Wendell, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Thank you all for doing the work that you do to listen to all these wonderful different sides and cares and concerns. I have been a renter in Fairfax for 13 years. And my biggest concern and challenge is that I think most people do not get their wages increased every year the amount that will match rental increases. Right now, I live at 60% of my income goes to rent. I don't know how I can afford yet another rent increase, no matter how small it may appear to the landlord. So I hope you will highly consider what it is like for the renters, and I do care for the landlords, that they too are able to have a decent living, but there's got to be some kind of stop on this constant increase one way or another, somehow, that we all can be reciprocal and caring for one another. So thank you again for being so conscientious with the needs of us all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lucy Hollingsworth, Legal Aid of Marin, and you're unmuted now. Oh, followed by Jack Buckhorn. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lucy Hollingsworth, a senior attorney with Legal Aid of Marin. I'm making these comments on behalf of a nonprofit organization, and while probably not necessary, I appreciate the additional time. The majority of Legal Aid of Marin's caseload is defending tenants from eviction, and this is because the need is so incredibly high. Despite the moratorium on evictions and emergency rental assistance during the pandemic, Legal Aid of Marin defended 75 Fairfax tenants from unlawful constructive evictions, harassment, habitability issues, inability to pay rent, and fraudulent no-cause evictions. However, we suspect that many of these the tenants in Marin never reach out to us. They self-evict instead. Court is too terrifying, and tenants feel too powerless. These self-evictions are a huge concern because without time and money to find a new home, many wound up in cars, on couches, or worse. It's even more painful when we know that they may have had a fighting chance to stay in their home. Our staff were also dealing with rapidly changing and complicated laws meant to keep tenants housed during the pandemic. To address self-evictions and inform tenants of their rights, we made outreach and information dissemination a cornerstone of our work. Every time the law changed, we mobilized to reach tenants through flyers and food boxes, live info sessions, social media, and partnering with our social service partners for outreach and education. This aspect of our direct services is now permanent and formalized. Legal Aid of Marin would mobilize in the same way to inform Fairfax residents immediately upon passage of the new ordinances, whether there is an agreement to perform these services with the town or not, and regardless of the implementation date. It goes without saying that this is also true for our legal consultation and representation services of tenants. I also want to use this time to emphasize parts of the joint Legal Aid of Marin and Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California letter included in your board packet tonight. Fairfax is now mandated by state law to affirmatively further fair housing by meaningfully taking action to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities. Fairfax must analyze risks of displacement and take action to remedy these past injustices. Adopting rent stabilization and meaningful tenant protections are necessary and fundamental steps to promoting diversity and help meet its requirement to affirmatively further fair housing. However, in order to affirmatively further fair housing, these programs and policies must do as they're intended. Keep Fairfax residents in their home. No-fault just cause evictions continue to be used and abused by owners to remove long-term, low-income tenants so that rents can be increased to market rate. Fairfax must go further to protect these renters, close current loopholes, and bring tenant protections current with today's economic environment. A tenant's right to return must be a length of time high enough to disincentivize bad actors and outside investors from using no-cause, just cause evictions to get around rent caps. I also want to address the need for strong remedies. Under state law, a tenant can recover up to $2,000 for each act that works to influence a tenant to self-evict, and punitive damages when a landlord retaliates against a tenant for asserting their rights. Fairfax's remedies need to reflect the same public policy in state laws, that threatening and harassing behavior towards tenants will not be tolerated. Finally, as referenced in our letter, outside investors are coming to Marin because, unlike most other areas of the Bay Area, we don't have rent stabilization and strong tenant protections. Strong tenant protections and a rent stabilization program disincentivizes speculators and corporate investors who are only beholden to make large profits, not to the tenants that they house. We urge you to vote for the strongest protections possible for the residents of Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Buckhorn, followed by Sunanda Marcus. And Jack, you're unmuted now.
Yeah, good evening, Town Council and staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. I just want to thank you for all your thoughtful discussion and the many, many months of work that you put into these just cause eviction and rent stabilization ordinances. I also encourage you to adopt the strongest possible language. And I agree with all the statements that we just heard from legal aid. So again, I just want to commend you on the work you put into this and wish you the best as you vote on these two options this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sunanda Marcus, followed by Joe McGarry. And Sunanda, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
What? You can hear me. Okay. Good evening, Council. First of all, I also would like to thank you for all your efforts and all the work you've done these past months on this very important issue. And I know it has not been easy. I live in Fairfax and I'm a homeowner, fortunately for me. But for renters, it sometimes is not quite so fortunate. And this is what this is all about. And I'm just here to urge you to pass these ordinances of rent control and just cause eviction, and to increase the time from 2 years to 5 years to protect the renters. And I wish you all the best with all this and the decisions that you have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe McGarry. And Joe, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, Council. Thank you for all the time you've all put in to strengthen renters' protections here in Fairfax. I thank you as a longtime and current renter. Tonight is the night you need to finish the job and make history by taking the most significant stand with the working class of any elected body in Marin over the last many decades by passing rent control and the strongest just cause eviction ordinances possible here in the town of Fairfax. These ordinances will be the model for the rest of the county and will provide housing security for tens of thousands of people in Marin, from Novato to the Canal to Marin City. In order to do that, you must close the just cause eviction loopholes so that the ordinances you adopt truly protect the people of Fairfax from displacement. The proposed ordinances contain easy to close loopholes that would needlessly leave renters open to fraudulent eviction. Please reinstate provisions to extend the Ellis Act re-rental protections to 5 to 10 years. And secondly, include triple and exemplary damages for landlords who break the law. This will help strengthen enforcement and ensure that Fairfax renters don't lose their homes due to a technicality. And lastly, I'll go off script here a little bit and just look at you and say that, you know, huge impact and things that create equity don't require consensus from your council. And a lot of times there shouldn't be consensus. These are important, bold things, and we're always going to be fighting somebody or someone, and that compromise really has no space tonight. I ask that there's a group of you who did a lot of work in 2020 and established the ResJ, and this is a project that the ResJ would hang its hat on as a huge accomplishment for equity in this town. So I hope that you all vote yes, and with the strongest rent protections possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more raised hands on Zoom, Madam Mayor, if you want to close the comment.
Thank you. Close public comment now. And thank you for everyone who stepped forward to share. Okay. Barbara, I know you have comment.
I have a question that I didn't want to ask earlier, but assuming we pick the effective date being 30 days after the second reading, and then we pick a different implementation date to allow time to get these agreements in place and perhaps do some staff work that needs to be done, that some of it was talked about it in the staff report, I believe. If we have the effective date of 30 days past the second reading, does that affect the rollback date, or can we stay with the rollback date of, I believe it was 2/1/2022? Can we stay with that rollback date if we keep the effective date, even though the implementation date would be a little further out? Because it is going to take some time to put things in place.
Yes, the rollback date is February 2nd.
No, can we keep that under the scenario that we allow the effective date to be 30 days past the second
Yes.
reading, but then we pick an implementation date that could be 3 to 6 months out? We can
Yes.
still stay with the 2/1/2022 rollback date,
Yes,
correct?
it's 2/2/22.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because that's when it was first, it came to council or was advertised. And so, yes, you can. There is no particular magic to the rollback date. We just want to make sure that we do not impair contracts. And so the further out you go with a rollback date, the more chance you have of doing that. But we believe that the February 2nd, 2022 rollback date is defensible. And
Well, I
that is
think-
with an effective date, 30 days from the second reading. And I'm assuming the second reading will be November 2nd. So sometime
Correct.
around the first week of December.
Okay, I was really just, because I think we do need time with the implementation. And I know folks were concerned, as well as some of us up on the dais, that we don't want to change that rollback date because that carries with it some important ramifications. So that's the question I have. I do not want to speak first, if you
Okay.
can believe that.
No, that's fine.
I mean, I have a few comments, but I'd rather wait.
Okay. Does anyone want to volunteer to go first?
I'm
Or
happy to go first, Mayor.
okay, terrific.
Yeah, well, first, I wanted to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this so far, and all of the direction that we gave at our last meeting and everything that we came to tonight. It's fantastic how much has been cleaned up. I think there are still some questions out there, but I just wanted to give a huge kudos to staff for helping move this along. And it's really technical, and it's one of the bigger undertakings we've probably done in quite some time. So thank you. And I wanted to thank all the folks that have come out to speak tonight. And I also just wanted to acknowledge that I empathize with a lot of the renters out there, being a renter myself, that this is sort of a monumental thing, and it's one of those pieces of the affordability puzzle for housing that a lot of folks don't like wading into, but I feel like it's necessary for us to really engage in this. And I'm glad that we have, over the last 7 or 8 months, at least in this public space, engaged in this. You know, I wonder month after month whether or not I'm going to get that next notice on the door about my rent increase. And, you know, the way it's set up right now, folks, like 10%, or something like that. I think a woman spoke, Megan, about $300 next year could be on the table, or this December. And that's annually. You can see those sorts of increases. And some folks have called in over the last couple meetings that they're one rent increase away from leaving this community, packing up, leaving their lives here in Marin or in Fairfax. And that's not necessarily all that different for myself. So I do wonder at times whether I'd even fulfill my full term on the council, given that sort of problem for renters. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with folks because it's like an existential crisis, and it's folks living with trauma, working families trying to figure out how they're going to just get by and survive. And to that end, I feel for the landlords and I understand, these things are a business. And there's a lot riding on it for landlords. And I think that's why at the end of the day, everything is predicated on a reasonable rate of return. And I think that we figured out a strategy to bake that in. I also think, the Ellis Act provisions and things like that, which many folks have spoken about tonight, these aren't just, any circumstance where this sort of thing would happen, where there's 10 years or, someone comes back after 10 years or something. These are mechanisms or deterrents, at least as I understand them, for really making sure that people aren't trying to undermine policies that we're able to leverage to slow down the incredible acceleration of housing costs that are passed on to renters with no justification currently. Obviously, if there are serious increases that need to be made because of serious renovations or things like that, there would be a process whereby a landlord could appeal and make a case and justify it. But currently, there are no justifications when that $250 or $300 increase comes up. And I think that the Ellis Act provisions are really just something we saw in the canal, actually, in the news after we literally talked about this issue. But landlords, especially the corporate ones that are starting to pick up properties in Marin County, are able to, they put them in these real estate investment trusts, and they're able to sit on these properties and hold it for longer than 2 years, hold it for longer than 3 or 4 years. And I think at our last meeting, we were uncertain about whether or not we could streamline the Ellis Act provision stuff. And I think what we've learned since then, and both in letters and comments that people have sent in, but also everyone who's spoken tonight, that those sorts of provisions come on after decades and decades of tenants' rights folks trying to figure out how to protect people and keep people in their homes, and make sure that when we do try to slow things down with rent stabilization and get a handle on it, that people aren't removing these units from the market only to put them up a couple years later with no recourse for the tenant or for a community. And they can do that over and over and over again, as someone said. So I think those things are reasonable. I think the things that Legal Aid of Marin brought up as it relates to treble damages and exemplary damages. I mean, when we're talking about, harassment as far as locking someone out from the laundry room or something like that, I mean, there are all sorts of circumstances, but the actual damages are negligible in some circumstances, aside from the emotional distress that's caused. And I think Legal Aid of Marin calling in made a case for why we do want those sorts of mechanisms in place as deterrents. I think a lot of the stuff that we tried to streamline, we learned later that they were deterrents, and it wasn't that they were just pulled out of the sky willy-nilly or anything like that. There was a real reason why these things were in here. And I think it's definitely going to be necessary for us to add those things back in an appropriate way. I think there's a way to split the difference on that 10-year and make it 5 years. So it's like 2 years, 5 years, and 5 years for those three things in the Ellis Act. But I think those things need to be back on the table, and we need to move forward with those. And the same is true with the treble and exemplary damages. And yeah, I'm happy to hear from my colleagues on these, but I'm also feel so confident and so I feel so driven to help us get this across the finish line. I'm happy to make a motion, Mayor, at the conclusion of that process, just because I think we're really there. But I just want to put it out there. That's how strongly I feel about bringing those things back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to just get specific with those clause items so we know exactly what you're referring to? I can.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
I think the ones that stood out to me is to replace 2 years with 5 years for the Ellis Act re-rentals in section 5.54.060 A, 5, A and B, which I think is on page 16.
17 of.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Vice Mayor, some of us like to take notes. Could you speak a little slower?
I sure can. Yeah, so it's the top of page 17, and it's replacing 2 years with 5 years for Ellis Act re-rentals in section 5.54.060 A, and then
Hold on, she's still flipping to the page.
okay, flipping to it.
If
Go
I
ahead.
may,
Yeah,
I think I could help this a little bit.
sure.
So I suggested that you bring your 921 ordinances
Yeah.
to the meeting.
Right.
And at 921, September 21st, that version has in 5.55, it should be in 5.54, but it's in 5.55.060, the Ellis Act withdrawal provisions.
And that starts the bottom of page 10 on
Yes.
the supplement for item 4.
It does. And then A is the re-rental of rental unit within 2 years. B is the re-rental of rental units within 5 years. And C on that version is the re-rental of rental units within 10 years. And so what I'm hearing is you want to leave the 2-year provision, which
Mhm.
is in A.
Correct.
Alone.
Yep. And then
On
B, 5 years.
you want to put it back to 5 years
Correct.
and everything that
And
goes
then-
along with it. And then on C, the 10-year provision, what do you want
To
to do?
5 years,
You want to put that one at 5 years. Okay.
the re-rental of rental units.
And I will tell you that I tried to condense some of this. So if we're talking about the provisions that were in the 921 version, that's what I'm going to put back in to this version, exactly like it is.
Mhm.
So that would be 5.55.060 from the 921 version. And it's going to be A, B, and C. Also on 921, if you look at D, demolition restrictions, you changed the 5-year date to 4 years. Do you want to leave that at 4 years?
I mean, Councilmember Kohler recommended changing it to 4 years. So
Yeah, I recommended that and I would like to stay with that. But, maybe I'm really ignorant tonight, but I don't really find it helpful to go back to the 921 version. I think we're dealing with this version, and you mentioned that 5.55060 and the 921 is 5.54060. I think it would be better for purposes of clarity, and maybe it's just me, for you to state where the changes are in the version we're looking at tonight.
So
I would
reworked-
appreciate that too.
I reworked some of those provisions. And so what I'm hearing is that you want it back the way it was in the 921.
I'm not hearing that. What
No,
I'm
so
hearing
the
is
values,
change
the-
in the years.
Let's just take it from the top. So item A, the ordinance that is written for this evening reads 2 year. Are we okay at 2 years?
So where you say re-rental of rental unit within 2 years.
yeah, top page 16.
And Janet, I think for purposes of making sure this is right, let's just do as the mayor suggests.
So that whole page 16 will stay the same.
Okay, and then move to page 17 and you look at,
That's where I started revising it.
well, I think we're just talking about the time periods, not going back to different versions.
Yeah, so we spoke with her earlier. She removed a clause. So she's talking about looking at the last ordinance to get that back in
To
there because she
reinstate that
omitted
clause.
it.
I revised.
Well, I think for
tried to
purposes of doing this tonight, if you removed a clause, you should read it. and
Yeah,
say
we have
where
it. I
is.
have it up right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just make sure, because I think as we walk away from this, the second reading is going to be important. So maybe before we read the new clause, the old clause, could we go through what's on page 17 right now?
Yes.
Let's do that first. So under 5, little a, it says the 2-year period after any notice of intent. Are you talking about changing that or leaving that as is?
Yeah, changing both of those to 5 years.
Okay, so then little a would say 5-year period after any notice, and then little b says the 5-year period
Yes.
instead of 2.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, now going to that clause that you read from 921.
Do you want me to read it, Janet? I have
Maybe
it.
Tell us where it is, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Well, it's from the previous
But
ordinance.
where it fits in the new
Oh,
version.
it would be C.
Yeah, so
Okay.
everything else would move down.
So a landlord who offers a rental unit, again for rent or lease, within 5 years from the date on which it is withdrawn, and which is subject to this subsection, shall first offer the unit to the tenant displaced from that unit by the withdrawal. And if that tenant requests the offer in writing within 30 days after the landlord has notified the town manager of an intention to offer the rental unit again for residential rent or lease. The landlord of the rental unit shall be liable to any tenant who was displaced by that action for failure to comply with this paragraph for punitive damages in an amount that which does not exceed the contract rent for 6 months, and the payment of which shall not be construed to extinguish the landlord's obligation to comply with this subsection.
Thank you. Okay,
I think we're good with that. Get that back in there as item C.
thanks
Okay.
for reading that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think the second set of changes were to reinstate the triple damages and or exemplary damages for landlords who break the law in the following sections.
Could you say where you are, please?
Yep, I will. I'm about to read it. So it's 5.54.030J, failure to comply, which I believe is on page 14, middle of the page.
Okay, thank you.
So it would be to reinstate triple damages in that section.
Could I just ask on page 17?
Yep.
We've just done the ABC under 5, and then there's 6. And then it jumps to C. We've already been under A on page 16, so where's B?
Yeah, it's a clerical item that she mentioned in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so what that will be now is there will be A, there will be a B put back in, there will be C put back in, and then that section demolition restrictions will be D again, and subsequently re-letter.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions on that page?
Is there, and so it ends at 6 before it goes to what will now be the new D. Is there a 7?
Well, that's gonna, no, and that's gonna be revised to be B.
Oh, okay.
B 1, 2, and 2 is going to have the little AB on it, and then there'll be 3.
Okay. Sounds good.
And were y'all able to track this, the failure to comply section? Oh, she's, I think, just clarifying how she's going to restructure the
That's all.
B. Yeah. And then the other place where I think that exemplary damages would need to be reinstated would be.
Just, oh, excuse me.
Yep.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
So the first one, just because I'm slower than you.
Yep.
It was page 14, J, under failure to comply, you want to reinsert treble damages.
Second
correct?
sentence.
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Okay, go on.
And then the next would be reinstating exemplary damages in 5.54.060 A1 and A2.
Is that on page 16 or 17?
That's
again?
on page 16. And that's also like middle of the page, just above the middle of the page.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And not to disturb the train of thought, but not being a lawyer, what does exemplary damages mean? I understand what treble damages means. I don't understand
Punitive,
what that means in a legal terminology.
punitive damages.
Oh, it's punitive. Okay. Thank you.
And that's all the changes that I identified based on the comments from the public.
Does anyone else have comments? I'm ready to second Chance's motions with some comments, unless someone else has any other comments.
I was going to make deliberative comments, but I can wait if you have specific.
No, go ahead.
Well, I realize this is a little bit, I've been trying to sort of balance the landlords with the renters. And as I said, I was a renter for many, many years and actually grew up in a rental. So my parents didn't own a home, and obviously times were different and things were different. But we also heard from some folks, ladies sitting in the second or third row. We also heard from a gentleman who spoke tonight, Mr. Wolford, and heard from Melissa Prandy, who represents property managers, and also got an email in from Laura Curline. It's public record, so I'm not calling her out. And Laura was on our planning commission for something like 8 years. I sat with her on the planning commission for a while, and maybe I think Bruce did as well. And now I understand that the rent stabilization has limits on what it applies to, but the just cause is much broader. And she was speaking to the just cause evictions and her personal sort of situation where they moved out of their home and moved into their parents' home and rented out their home at what they said was below market price, and tried to pick a tenant that would be, fit with the community. And one of the things she brings up is that their monthly expenses for the rental exceed the rent that they receive. And that was a decision they made. She's not complaining about that. But she does talk about the kind of payments that they have. We heard some things tonight about changing a faucet, costing $500 to get in a licensed plumber. And I paid those kind of things myself. Mortgage rate increases, insurance premiums, property taxes. And with Prop 13, your property taxes, the base doesn't change a lot, but we know in Marin, there are a lot of additional property taxes for those of us who are homeowners. You look, and there's quite a lot. And so her concern is that they'd be very limited in being able, for example, to hold on to the house with their hope is that their kids would eventually move into it or potentially sell it so they could move somewhere else. And so hearing that and hearing some of the comments tonight and some of the things we heard, you know, I think there is a broad brush being painted that we have a lot of landlords who are intentionally just charging exorbitant rents. And I don't think that's the case. I think the rents are really high. And I know if I were a renter today, I couldn't afford the rents. When I rented way back before I actually bought a place, and the only reason I moved was because the landlords weren't fixing anything because the woman had died who owned the property and a property manager took over and just wasn't fixing anything. But so I hear what people are saying, their concerns about being able to make changes. My concern is that with the relocation expenses for temporary relocations, and I understand there's real reasons behind that, that could really add up. And if you have, for example, a flood and you have to fix that place, person could be out for a year. Someone I know, house burned down and they have to rebuild and it's 2 years later and they're just pouring the foundation. So that, but I do think for general repairs that might be kind of costly, I think we're going to see kind of a pulling back on some of that. And that concerns me. And I did hear, I think Melissa Prandy and others spoke about some people supplementing their Social Security or people living assisted living. And I paid for that. That was about $10,000 a month. So that's a little higher than our rentals. So I think we've come up with something that is more streamlined. I still think it's going to be quite a lot of work on our staff that hadn't been contemplated, even with the assistance, because it's not going to cover everything. And I don't think it's going to come with no cost, because I don't think we can charge the rental fees cost that would truly recover all our costs. But that being said, with the few changes that Vice Mayor Catrano brought up, even though I have some reservations about them, in the spirit of compromise and to move forward, I'm supportive of moving forward. But I do want to speak for, there's a lot of folks out there who are trying to do the right thing and renting. And I really don't like the broad brush that's been painted that we have a bunch of greedy landlords out there. I'm sure there are some, but I'm sure that there are many that are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to have some comments? Yeah.
I'll give it a shot. So I want to thank everybody who has worked so hard on this and acknowledge that it has not been easy. I agree with a lot of Councilmember Kohler's reservations. We actually do have a rental ourselves, and we are definitely not the greedy landlords. So I certainly agree with the concern of treating everybody with the same brush. There are a wide variety, and I'm very well aware of examples on both ends of that. So there are greedy landlords. There are people who just rent really like a hole in the basement for an exorbitant amount because that's what they can get. So we're trying to do something very, very difficult here to try to come up with a piece of legislation that will fix that kind of scenario. It's not easy. I've expressed concerns before, and I still have concerns about unintended consequences. But I will say that for one thing, I support where we are now. I believe we've gone through this in our careful way. I've heard some people say that they were impatient with how long this is taking, but this is not easy, and we need to get it right. I think at this point we are where we need to be to give this a try and see how it works. I do support the changes that the Vice Mayor summarized and based on public comment that we've heard. But I'll say again that I think it's very important for staff, if anybody who from the activist community would like to make any written suggestions on this, that would be great. But we need to come up with something very small and clear and concise to give to landlords. Of course, we all know that we need to advise tenants of their rights under this, but we also need to advise landlords ASAP. And for those who are listening, I want to say that these are long documents and they are scary and legalese, but it's like the changes that were just suggested by the Vice Mayor they're not things that are just being imposed upon us landlords. They're things that are remedies if we really screw up. So if we don't screw up, it won't happen. I am concerned with the maintenance issue. I'm concerned with what would happen if you want to improve the place. But communication is a really great tool. Communicating with your tenants, trying to work out how that can be done might save some problems. But I think a sort of a clear, without the legalese, just a clear sort of, if this happens, then here's what occurs. If this happens, here's what occurs, and just keep it simple and not any more technical than necessary. I think when you look at it and you think about it, and I'm speaking to landlords, that it's not as bad as it sounds like it's going to be. And I don't want to see people going out of the business. I don't want to see corporate landlords moving in. I don't want to see people going to, I hate to even say it, short-term rentals. I don't want to see that happen. And I don't want to see people who have invested their savings into having a rental so that they can live with it, not be able to do that. So I don't want to see those negative consequences. And I think if we take a breath, and if staff and the other agencies that we're working with on this can, as quickly as possible, get out something that's a clear and brief summary of what this really means, I think that will help. I support us going forward with it, and I thank everyone for their enormous work on this.
Wow. Yeah. Thanks everyone for all of the months of input from all directions. And I don't take lightly everything that I've received and read, and I've had to dig very deeply and grapple with some of my own fears about this, some of what it might feel like to the community from all angles, especially with labeling landlords as greedy, where in our town, I would say that the majority of folks are doing it all for the right reasons and have helped folks settle and stay here immensely and kept rents low. There were a few things I just wanted to share as we hear from all sides on all things, and I believe that each of us carefully considers what we get. Today, Legal Aid sent us a a letter, and in it, it said there was a recent article in San Francisco's real estate news outlet, The Real Deal, that suggests that Marin's lack of tenant protections and rent stabilization is attracting corporate investors. And it goes on to explain why. And as we've heard from many, many members of the community, what we're worried about is having this have the unintended consequence of bringing in more corporate investors and turning our rental stock into corporate. There's three things that I will share with you that led to my decision to support this ordinance as we have carefully amended. And that is one, that 68% of the folks who identify as non-white in our community are renters. 24% low income, 12% very low, and 36% extremely low. And I did my math somewhere, but it's somewhere in the 70% that are identified as low, 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 and extremely low. 72, thank you. And that's what really sits with me. That's the ground floor from which I'm willing to be brave and take the risks that there are people that are going to not agree with us and those who are going to celebrate what we're doing, because that's a reality in this community and in Marin, and it's not acceptable. So the second thing is that the burdens and the challenges historically around trying to keep ourselves housed have been placed on the renters. This is the first opportunity where our old policy, which was very progressive at the time and hard worked on, mandatory mediation was the protection, but that was all the burden, all the responsibility was on the tenant, and that was very challenging and made tenants very vulnerable. There is, and this is the third thing, there is an appeals process here for landlords for undue hardship. And we have to really realize that landlords are entitled to a reasonable return on their investment. And that is bottom line. And the appeals process, the rent board, everything that's structured into this very immense and complex ordinance provides for that protection for landlords as well. It's not what's been highlighted in this process, but it is there. And as we set up the structure, it will be in place for landlords who have extenuating circumstances. So because of those three things, I'm willing to very boldly and with a full heart move forward with supporting the ordinances as they have been presented, and with thanks to everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I agree with everyone. I just wanted to share some thoughts about my experience. So when this whole notion of exploring this opportunity came to me, it sort of validated my gut feeling of just living here and observing people in the community having left. I felt the loss, and having partnered with ACE and Legal Aid of Marin and DSA, everything that we are voting on this evening is all evidence-based, right? It's what's happening in our community. It's based on studies that have looked deeply at rent control, rent stabilization, and for AB 1482 and all the, frankly, loopholes that it's sort of a misnomer that they're offering renters protection. So it's been really educational for me, and I just really appreciate the working team effort. I try to respond to all the emails that we get, and so the ones that came in today, in particular, I think really told me that we need to do a good job of educating the community on this, because I think people are conflating some things and not understanding that, rent stabilization doesn't apply to single family homes in particular. I think, owners do have a right to move back. If your circumstances have changed and you want to move back into your unit, you can do that. And so I just think some very basic scenarios that are easy to understand. I don't know that I have spent so much time on this and asked the experts, but folks that don't it's not easy to digest legal documents in terms of actual scenarios, right? And so I look forward to Legal Aid of Marin, who I know you do this day in and day out. This letter that you provided was fantastic. Again, providing data, Lucy Hollingsworth, thank you. And I just wanted to highlight what is in here as far as there's been 17 tenants who have come to Legal Aid of Marin in the past couple of years facing eviction. And many of these
From
units,
Fairfax.
yes, from Fairfax, thank you. And many of these units were subsequently re-rented or sold within months of the tenant vacating. So we're seeing it. If you recall, Kyle, who spoke up at our last meeting, they do an announcement via text to all of the folks who have signed the petition, and they inevitably get 3 or 4 people that write back and say, sorry, it's too late. I've had to leave because my rent became too high. So we know it's happening. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about all of the draconian housing laws that have been forced upon us in the past few years. And I understand from Janet recently, there's 40 more housing laws that have just been signed. So we, as a community, hear a lot. I think we feel the loss of local control. This is something that we can do locally to support housing stability. It's anti-displacement. It's thinking about the whole community for all the reasons that you said, Renee. So I really appreciate everybody's comments this evening, the working partnership with the Vice Mayor and ACE and staff and Legal Aid of Marin, DSA. Pardon me?
City of Berkeley.
City of Berkeley. And finally, just one more piece of evidence. We have a member of one of our commissions get evicted, and we just appointed her 3 months ago. She couldn't find a new place. She wasn't even able to serve on the committee for 3 months before having to leave our community. She wanted to stay and she couldn't. So I'm really proud of our work, and thank you again for staff for supporting it. And Vice Mayor, do you want to make the motion again?
Before we do that, I think we have to talk about the implementation.
Oh, the implementation date. Yes.
I would like to suggest this. If we have the, I guess our town attorney.
I have written out some implementation language. Just
Okay,
sitting
but
here.
I think we need to talk
We
about
need
dates.
the actual date. We haven't.
Well, I don't propose you do an actual date.
Okay.
Let me propose what I've written out here, just as I was listening to you. First off, I want to make sure that it's clear and in the record, if we're doing an introduction now to a document that is changing, that has changed tonight, that it will be the same as when it's brought back for adoption on November 2nd. And that means there are several places, 3 it looks like, where trouble damages will be included. It looks as if the units withdrawn from the rental market will go back to the way it was 9/21. That will require all sorts of internal cross-references and sequential numbering and lettering to be revised. There will be clerical errors that will be fixed. There will be no mention of a separate rent board at all. All of those provisions have been removed. We will have an effective date, 30 days from the date of the second reading, which is the adoption. That's the effective date. But we will also include before, at the very end, we will include an implementation date that says, and I propose this, you can help me fix it if you don't like it, the provisions of this chapter, and this will be both in 5.54 as well as 5.55. The provisions of this chapter shall not be implemented by the town of Fairfax until such time as sufficient agreements, including but not limited to, for staffing, hearing, software, and outreach assistance have been approved by the town council. Upon approval of said support agreements, the town council will set an implementation date by resolution. And I will note also that that resolution will need to have the fees to be charged set in that document as well. And so because I removed it from the ordinance, we always set fees by resolution, not by ordinance, because if you change them, which they will change, then it's 2 readings in 30 days to change an ordinance. It's 1 reading and effective immediately to change a resolution. So that's what I propose. What do you think?
Can I just ask a question about that?
Sure.
So do we need to specify what we can and cannot do between effective date and implementation date? Because I think that I don't know how much time this is going to take, but we need to get things rolling in that interim. And I want to defer to what David advised us, that we don't want to, do things out of order or inconsistently, but I think it would be worth discussing, making sure that this doesn't take too long and that we haven't wasted time in between.
But I think you have to also be cognizant, as one of the things we've been doing is, I know people think this took a lot of months. It didn't take a lot of months, given the kind of policy it is, and we've taken much longer on other things. I think you have to, I think what Janet read makes sense. And I think if there's educational materials that can get done sooner, I don't think we should get into the micromanagement of that. And I think
Yeah, I mean, I think staff knows that it can't languish for, months and months and months, right? Because you're going to ultimately have a queue developing, right? And there will be the support right away, as there is today from Legal Aid of Marin, right?
Yeah.
And they will send letters out if there's some inappropriate behavior happening, as they do today. But I don't know, Heather, if you have any, or David, if you want to chime in with what feels like a reasonable amount of time for you. I know you've had.
In terms of reasonable time, I think what the town attorney has proposed is based on really what it takes to gather the contracts and agreements and determine what we need to do here in terms of technology upgrades and staffing. So I don't think it's wise to put a specific time frame to that. I think the performance standards that the town attorney has suggested are appropriate, and that's probably the best way to go with it. I would say, though, as Councilmember Ackerman had indicated, that I would expect that the town staff would work with, let's say, Legal Aid of Marin in terms of that clear, concise summary of these ordinances to kind of get that information out to tenants and landlords in the meantime, to kind of set the stage for that subsequent action. So that's something that maybe the town attorney wants to comment on in terms of that informational outreach in the near term.
I don't see anything that would stop that from happening, if that's what your concern is.
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that that could start.
Can I ask one more question, Mayor?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the public hearing this and hearing that if it passes, then there's a second reading, and then there would be 30 days after it would go into effect. Yeah. And then there would be some implementation after these performance pieces are met. But everything related to the ordinance in its effect, can you speak to that momentarily? So, or just for a moment?
It's in effect, and there is a private right of action included as well. And so in the interim, people could avail themselves of that. But as far as, filing petitions and doing all of that, that requires addressing by the town or contracted resources, that would not be something that would be available.
Right. And so the pieces that would be available would be, working with your outside attorneys or legal support services to go to court potentially, which is similar to probably what folks could do now in that interim period. But the actual cap, that would stand retroactive to February 1st, correct?
February 2nd.
February 2nd. Okay.
Right.
Great. Just wanted to
So
make
the
sure that was clear.
protections exist.
The protections
Yeah.
exist.
Yes.
30 days from second reading, which we believe is
Yes.
going to be November 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
Okay.
clarifying.
Yeah. Thank you.
And how to make the motion on that, given that you just read out
I think you can say that you move it as the town attorney elaborated.
Okay, I'm happy to move. And
You probably want to do two separate ones, one for chapter 5.54
okay,
and one for 5.55. And there is language about waiving full reading, et cetera. Do you see in
yeah,
staff report? Okay.
sure. So it would be something like waive first reading. I move to waive first reading, introduce and read by title only an ordinance amending chapter 5.54, just cause evictions, with the amendments as the town attorney elaborated, and also waive first reading and introduce and read by title only an ordinance amending chapter 5.55 mandatory mediation for rental increases.
You may want to do them
Separately?
separately.
Okay.
You may want two different votes,
Okay.
just in case. I doubt there's any issue, but just in case.
I second the motion. All in
And
favor?
that's the motion for 5.54.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Any nays? Motion passes. Second one.
And then the second one is to waive first reading and introduce and read by title only an ordinance amending chapter 5.55 mandatory mediation for rental increases.
Friendly amendment, you would say, and as elaborated by
And
the
as
town.
elaborated by the town, with amendments elaborated by the town attorney.
Thank you.
I second the motion. I'm getting a little choked up here. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? Motion passes. Thank you.
Can we take a quick
Yes.
break?
Let's take a 5-minute bio break, get some water. Welcome back. So we are moving on to regular agenda item number 9. This is a continued item from our last meeting on October 6th. There's a question about reopening public comment. I guess I'll strike a compromise. If you have not already spoken on this topic and you are here or on Zoom and you would like to offer public comment. Correct. Thank you.
If I may, if I may. Please, if I may, if you're going to reopen public comment, you reopen it for everyone.
Okay, done.
I think we need to do something with staff before you do your public comment.
No problem. We're happy you're here. We invite and encourage public engagement. It is no problem at all. It's all good. Go ahead, Janet, or
No,
Heather,
it's-
or Sean, rather.
Sean.
You don't have to do the whole report again.
Yeah, Sean, we're not going to ask you to represent, but I thought there was something new that you were bringing forward. No? A new.
Well, yeah, first, good evening. So the main I have a suggestion for how we can maybe discuss each of the policy options and just kind of go through them one by one and see if there's council consensus on each of those. And I can pull up the presentation that I shared previously. I think that might be the most helpful way to go.
I want to wait on that. I like
Yeah.
your idea, but I want to wait on that until public comments. Or if there's anything.
The only new thing I'll say is that based on conversations with Janet, and I also talked with staff at the state standards and reach codes team, and did actually confirm that jurisdictions can, through a health and safety code justification, adopt all electric requirements, not just for new construction, but also for remodels. So local jurisdictions do have that authority. And I previously mistakenly said that that only applies to the new buildings. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. That is, so essentially that would not be a barrier to adopting all electric requirements for substantial remodels
Okay.
or any
Thank
type
you
of
for
remodel.
surfacing that. Appreciate it.
But
Okay.
that's the only new information.
Okay. You sure you don't want to give us the whole presentation?
I'll save us all the
Okay.
headache. Yep.
So I will open public comment now. You may step forward.
Okay. Hello again. I'm Zoe Pearl and I'm a Fairfax resident. I'm here to reiterate that I am in no way opposed to or trying to skirt a new green building code. I truly am excited by the idea of this change in Fairfax and the steps that Fairfax is taking towards a shift away from fossil fuels. I'm just hoping that the council adopts the flexible compliance pathway that supports people like me who are in the substantial remodel category. My husband and I qualify under this new code because we are simply just trying to make our home a safe and livable space. Imposing these building codes on people like us would kind of impact our ability to stay in this town. We reached out to Burkle Plumbing to get a quote on electrifying the house just so we had a sense of what this would cost us if things were to go into place. And the implementation costs and purchasing costs were $60,000, which is well above my take-home salary as a public servant. My husband is also a public servant. I'm a local school teacher. My husband's a firefighter. In that the only home we could purchase in Fairfax and in this community was completely unlivable. So going through this permitting and building process to improve our home has already been a financial burden. So adding all these new purchases on top of that would just be impossible for us. What we're doing to our home is not by choice. The fact that we're in this substantial remodel category is not because we're building this mansion. We're, again, just trying to make our house livable. And I'm hoping that we can avoid tossing everything that we own into the landfill in terms of appliances that have a livable or that still have viable life, and commit to buying these appliances over time and electrifying our home over time. I have no problem with it. I don't understand how I could do it all at once when we're trying to just not have a tarp as our roof right now as winter is coming. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Mark, I'd like to agree with the previous speaker. Having the limits for what constitutes a major renovation, from what little I read, it seemed pretty draconian. A lot of people, like the speaker before, save up, they buy a house, they know they're going to have to fix it. You're thinking, okay, well, maybe 3 to 5 years, if we don't go out, don't go to a bar, don't go to a restaurant, put enough money away, we will be able to do this. And if you have new regulations that are going to run $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 by themselves, people aren't buying houses thinking, well, maybe in 15 years I'll be able to renovate, but in the meantime, I'm living in this hovel with safety issues and safety problems. When we were doing a remodel, we had a friend also doing a remodel. He had to put in a sprinkler system. It took him 2 years to save up enough money to put drywall up in the rooms of his kids, because the sprinkler system took the money that they had put aside for that. Not everybody is rich, but that's what you're going to end up with. You talk about, rent control, you talk about, greedy landlords, you talk about all this stuff, but who's going to be left? You're just going to have rich people, because they're the only ones who are going to be able to renovate houses. That's all I have to say.
First off, thank you very much for opening up this open session again. Really, I'm going to kind of repeat what I said for the last issue. We're really talking about affordability issues. I think that these are lofty goals, and I think some of them should be implemented, and certainly on new construction. But I think you're really penalizing the people of your community by forcing these measures on them when they can't afford it. So people that buy our starter homes that need that work done, they don't have this kind of money to lay out before they move in. So again, you're precluding, and you talk about equity, you're really precluding people that don't have all this money to fix all these places up so quickly. It'd be better if you maybe measured this in or had some sort of program that, hey, if it's new construction, here we go. But I overheard or was told that you're reducing the point of impact from 50% of the structure down to 200 square feet. That's a single bedroom. Who can afford this? I mean, I really ask you. So again, it's kind of like the rental ordinances. I am a small person. I got married in Fairfax in 1979. You're pushing out all the small people, and the only people that come in is private equity, future investments, buying up this property. And this is why. So then we have an affordability issue, and then we have an equity issue because the people that don't have a whole lot of money can't move into the community. So this is a growing problem that we're adding to. So I'd really consider that, please.
Good evening, Rick Hamer, Fairfax. When I heard our building official mention substantive remodels as being 50% of square footage instead of the commonly accepted definition, which is 50% of value, I was wondering where that came from. So I looked at the Ross Valley Fire District, and I found that Ross Valley Fire District adopted that particular part of the code. And of course, for fire, that would be significant because we have very urgent fire issues. But I refer to our interim director of planning here. Do we really need to use the same definition of substantive remodel for green? Do we need to use it for putting in a door in an open floor plan, making someone upgrade their entire structure? I haven't gotten there all the way, but I know that as the town council, you can pick and choose what pieces of the fire code or building codes you want to use. It generally happens in December when the staff recommends which pieces. I've been advocating for you to adopt Appendix D, which will restrict fire access roads from being single one-way outs to being two-way outs or necessitating two-way outs. The town has opted not to accept that. So I don't know why they need to accept a 50% floor area being affected by a passage door, which requires a building permit, as necessitating sprinklers or Cal Green. I really think that you should say great for fire codes, but not so great for Cal Green, and a 200 square foot limit is just way too low. And I'm all for green. Thank you.
Are there any members of the public on the Zoom with their hands raised? Now's your time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. First speaker is Mallory G, followed by Zach Cordisco. And Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay, if this is really short, I just want to say ditto to the first four speakers. I agree with everything that they had said. And I think it's just a burden for somebody, especially the first woman who was speaking, to buy a house that they need to fix up and then have all this extra cost added to whatever it is that they're having a hard time with. And I think that there's a lot of people who would be having a lot of a really difficult time trying to meet the standards. I'm very pro-green. I'm very careful with what I use and what I do. And I also have a lot of compassion for people who just want to have a house to live in that is livable. And, you know, if it can't be all green, great for now. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zach Cordisco, and I don't see any other raised hands after that. Zach, you're unmuted now.
Hi there. I just want to say, first off, thank you so much for allowing public speak again on this topic. I know it's kind of a hot topic and definitely affects a lot of people. I just wanted to kind of ditto everything my wife said and that the other few people said. You know, we didn't buy a house hoping to do a remodel and turn our house into a mansion. And by no means is that even possible. There, you know, there's other ordinances and codes in effect that kind of prevent that, especially in Fairfax, that I think are great, that keep the town the way that it is. But the problem that we ran into is that, just like the last gentleman said, once we run into moving a door or opening up a wall, we've now exceeded that 50% square foot floor area ratio. And really we're not trying to add any value to the home or make it any bigger. We're just trying to make it more livable and more comfortable for us. And another issue that we've run into, like I'm all for the green movement and being as green and low impact as we can. And if I could, I would put solar on my house and have batteries and, you know, for public safety power shutoffs. I'm a firefighter, so oftentimes I'm at work and Zoe's been left at home and there's no power. So I would love to, you know, build that into our home, but we are north facing. We don't get great sun. We get sun pretty much 2 to 3 months a year just because of where we are. So with that, I can't have solar. So then once I go all electric, now I'm relying completely on a grid that needs to be updated. Our infrastructure is not there. PG&E is working on it. Marine Clean Energy is working on it, but we're just simply not there yet. So then, you know, during these times of the summertime when the power gets shut off, or we have these crazy heat waves like we had a couple of weeks ago, and we're being told not to charge our electric vehicles, now I can't even use my appliances in my home. It's just, it doesn't make sense right now. I think in the near future, or possibly phased in, like has been talked about, makes total sense. But forcing this upon everybody to, you know, this high cost of replacing and buying new appliances and running electrical and doing all this stuff in the home when you're maybe aren't even affecting those parts of the house, it's just asking a lot of homeowners that are already being asked of so much just to get the house is livable and comfortable. Yeah, that's all I have. I really hope you all take this into deep consideration and listen to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'll close public comment now and bring it back. Sean, was there anything else before we? No? Okay.
No.
Sure.
So Sean, I just had a question about, and it has something to do with what's your husband's name? Thank you. Zach just mentioned. So if someone's doing a remodel and it triggers, you know, a support wall, or there's something that needs to shift that would trigger the substantial renovation, but it has no connection at all to anything that would need nothing that's electrified. So I'm doing my bedroom and there's a support beam and it falls and I have to, would that trigger the all electric piece if it were considered a substantial remodel? So I'd have to replace my refrigerator. I'm just asking for the general population here. If I was just redoing my bedroom wall and I needed to put in a extra something.
Yeah, it depends on the square footage of whatever you're affecting. So if that wall affects, you know, let's just say a bathroom and that's, you know, 100 square feet, 50 square feet, and then, you know, your whole house existing floor area is, let's just say 500 square feet, then no, that wouldn't be a substantial remodel. But the more you start affecting, taking down walls and like Mark was saying, you know, it can affect both the adjacent rooms when you start taking down wall or doing anything to the walls. that whole floor area is considered part of that affected floor area. And so it becomes very easy to land in that substantial remodel definition. And in that case, in the one of those policy options, if council were to direct staff to expand our all electric ordinance to include substantial remodels, then yes, in that case, you would have to replace any gas appliances with electric.
And I want to add that Mark Lockaby sent an email that we received through the town manager, and he specifically spoke about that, is many of these remodels don't even get into the electric appliances. But if you go for the substantial remodel, and just because what happened with Zach and Sylvie, I believe, Zoe, sorry, I wrote it down wrong the last time. You end up getting into things where you're into the substantial remodel, but you would have to change all those appliances just because if the council decided to say substantial remodels. So that's kind of a pickle. Let's put it that way.
So just to clarify what that was about, I believe, was the question of whether we wanted to go beyond the specific recommendations that staff has put forth and go for the requirement of fully electrifying triggered by a substantial remodel. What staff has recommended in the case of a substantial remodel, which is what the county working group, which Sean has served on, and which the Climate Action Committee has had several discussions with Sean and with other people on that climate working group, on that code working group. What the county has come up with and what Fairfax staff has been recommending with a few modifications to take up is not a requirement to completely electrify the home triggered by a substantial remodel. Certainly something that we've thought about, and certainly something that the Climate Action Committee has thought about. Climate Action Committee in Fairfax has had the general idea developed over the last couple of years that we only recommend things, but that we would recommend to council that first, there be a requirement to fully electrify any new construction that has been passed. And I feel very comfortable with that. I think that's the right thing to do. And the reason I think that was the right thing to do is because it actually saves money. It makes no sense to be building gas infrastructure into new construction. It actually costs more money to build the gas infrastructure as well as the electric. If you're doing new construction, just do it electric. It makes more sense. So we've passed that. And then the Climate Action Committee's general idea was that the next thing to move forward on would be to electrify substantial remodels. So that's why that kind of comes to our discussion, is because we have talked about it as sort of the next step. What we find before us now, however, staff's recommendation based upon the county's working group's recommendation is the flexible compliance pathway that would be triggered by a substantial remodel. So there would be a menu of options to choose from with points assigned to them, and you need to get a certain number of points when you do a substantial remodel, and that based upon the age of the house and so forth. But that concept came about in the last code cycle with a less strong set of requirements, but that flexible compliance concept came about last time. And I didn't think it was really strong enough last time, but at this point, I'm pretty supportive of staff's recommendations. I think that I really thank Sean and the working group for some very hard work, very detailed work over a long period of time to try to work through this. But I do have a few comments. indeed, electrification could be under health and safety. So I'm glad we clarified that there's one thing in the staff report that says that to require electrification would require a study, an expensive study to be done on the part of the town. But there's a sort of a back way around that, which is to do it under the health and safety code. However, I'm not sure I really support at this point, even though it would be the strongest thing as far as forcing the strongest thing to be done. I'm compelled by what we learned last time and what's been referred to tonight. I think Mark Lockaby really described this well to us, that we might tend to think, just like in our last discussion, we might tend to think of all landlords with a certain brush. Well, in this case, we might tend to think of people who are doing a substantial remodel to their home as being people with a lot of resources, and they want to add another wing to their mansion. But that is definitely not the only kind of scenario in which that substantial remodel is triggered. And there are more than one substantial remodel triggers. So we have the towns, we have the counties, we have, I guess it was referred to that maybe the fire department may have a little bit different way, but those things can be triggered pretty easily. And that's what Zoe and Zach have been such perfect examples of, people who are by no means trying to add a new wing to their mansion. They're just trying to get their house to be livable and have a house in the first place in this expensive town. And so we need to be careful about not putting obstacles in their way that are insurmountable. I think we're on the right path with the staff recommendations here. I would say that as a general framework, it's really good to not invest in outdated equipment. If I had my druthers, the automakers would quit selling gasoline cars right away, because every time someone buys one, they're buying something that, we already know is the wrong thing, and we're going to know it more and more. And before the end of the life of that equipment, it's going to be, we're going to realize we just need to quit using it. Well, equipment in houses has an even longer life. So a water heater or a furnace or a stove have a pretty long life in the house. And so just as a general framework, if we can in any way avoid people buying a new thing and installing it that is running on fossil fuels, that would be a good thing. That's even more important than how quickly we take out the old ones. So just stop buying the wrong thing. The letter that the mayor referred to that Mark had written a while back, and this was several months ago. This was when the Climate Action Committee was discussing this in an earlier stage, referred to that, and and I would say that the kind of gradual approach that each code cycle we get tighter with our codes does have that kind of inherent flaw, that if you say, well, 3 years later, it's going to get tighter, so that'll be okay. Well, 3 years later, there'll be a bunch of people who will have invested in things that we really are going to have to take out. They're going to have to take out. So there's that flaw with the gradual approach. So it's kind of a tight thing to try to figure out. So one thought that I believe Mark was referring to in that letter was that if an appliance, and this is not something that we'll address tonight because we're on the topic of this particular building code, but that actually we would make greater progress given the fairly small number of substantial remodels that we have every year in Fairfax. The last number we saw was 10. That we have a lot more than that of people who replace an appliance, replace a water heater, for example. And so again, we can't take this up tonight. This isn't what's on our agenda tonight. But if, for example, we were to say, that if someone were to replace their water heater, that then it needs to be replaced with an electric heat pump water heater, or I'll say something else in a minute about other alternatives, that would actually, there are more like 50 or more of those done every year. And so that actually moved things along much more quickly. And then if someone is replacing that water heater, it's really pretty much no extra, well, not much extra cost to get a really good heat pump electric water heater than to get a gas water heater, except where the cost comes in is if you have to upgrade your electrical panel and at least do the wiring to the water heater. So there could be, Mark mentioned, incentives for to help people with upgrades to their electrical, and some of those are available countywide. There are some amazing incentives, and we've got some good stuff up on our town website, that a great summary of the incentives available for many of these things. So in short, I'm pretty supportive of basically the staff recommendations on this. And I think we might want to look at something like what I just mentioned sometime in the near future. That was something that we thought of as being farther down the road on the Climate Action Committee, but I'm sort of seeing that maybe they come in a little bit different order than we might have envisioned. And I'll just mention for the public primarily, but also I want to ask you, Sean, about this. There's one thing in particular that is another way of producing hot water that I just don't see anywhere in the county codes, and that's solar thermal. It's really pretty cost effective. It's on our daughter's farm. We have two of these. They're vacuum tubes that collect the heat and heat the water in a tank, and it has an electric resistance heater, but a very small one, 500 watt resistance heater that can be used to supplement it. But generally speaking, that thing cooks, and it's completely passive and produces a tank of hot water. Works very well. So I just don't see them mentioned very much. They've just been slow to come about in the United States, but in a lot of other countries, they are the standard way of producing hot water. So I would suggest that we really, countywide, I think we should think more about including them in our thinking. Because
What's the name of it again?
Huh?
What's the name of it again?
It's solar thermal. They're generally
Solar
like
thermal.
a big
Okay.
tank with tubes below it.
Got it.
And it's a passive system. It just sits there in the sun and the water gets incredibly hot. In fact, you use a mixing valve with that water to mix with cold water so that you don't scald yourself. It gets hot and works very well.
Just a quick question on that, and I know we don't want to go too far down this
Mhm.
rabbit hole, but okay, so there are some people who it probably wouldn't work because they don't have the right
Right, it
facing.
needs the right location.
But then what happens if you get a few months of winter, assuming
Mhm.
we do, and there isn't any sun?
Well, there's always some sun, but what happens is you either use the electric heater that's inside the tank to supplement it.
Okay, so
and there's
there
a
is-
control system that'll
so
turn
it's
that
not
on
like
when
you're
it's needed.
Totally taking
Yeah.
a shower in cold
Yeah.
water.
Yeah, or another way that it can be done is to use that as a preheater for
Okay,
for another
thank you.
hot water heater. But yeah, you can do that. Just for the benefit of the public, this isn't something that's required for the code, but I just want to tell folks in the public, Zoe and Zach, that there have just come out. Again, this has been available in Europe for a bit longer, but it's just come out here in the United States, and some people are pretty excited about it. There are heat pump hot water heaters there's one company that makes a heat pump hot water heater that will plug into a regular outlet, 120 volt. So that saves you having to bring the wiring for 240 volt to the room where your water heater is. That could be a big savings. It won't recover the hot water is just the same, but it'll take longer to recover after you've used that hot water out of the tank. But for a small family or a family that's more conservative about how quickly you use your hot water, that can be a really reasonable option and can be less expensive to install.
Okay, so as far as our decision points, Vice Mayor suggested to me, I think it's a great idea. If we go to slide 8 on the presentation, do you want to just walk us through it? Or actually, rather than go through every single box, go by each column, and if folks have clarifying questions, we can do that. But the dark green is your recommendation, as I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say Mark and I's recommendations. So yeah, I think that's probably the best way to just come to consensus on all these different options available to council as far as what ultimately ends up in this reach code. So that first column, first column is the Cal Green provisions. Again, there's the tier 1 and tier 2 provisions in there. Fairfax has historically adopted just tier 1. Most jurisdictions have done the same. I'm actually not familiar if any jurisdictions have adopted tier 2. And unfortunately, there's not a list of which ones have adopted tier 1 or tier 2. But staff's recommendation would be to adopt the Cal Green Tier 1 as we've historically done, but with the caveat that for the EV infrastructure requirements, which is in that 4th column, that we go beyond Cal Green, and particularly for as talked about in the model code, for single family, ensure that those are EV ready. So essentially you can just plug in, if you have an EV, you can just plug into a receptacle and charge. So that's already in the Cal Green, but it's doesn't apply to renovation. So if you upgrade your electrical panel on your home, it would require you to also become EV ready, basically, and install the necessary wiring and a receptacle so you can charge. So that's for single family.
Can I, before you get too far ahead of tier 1, tier 2, where you started in the first column, I still haven't been able to figure out what the difference is. So is there a way, I don't want to derail all this, but
one difference just to say is that tier 1 has had the appropriate study done by the county. Tier 2 would require that we or somebody do a study.
But I understand, but I don't know the differentiation. Like where's the bar? How different is it?
And if I could piggyback on that really quick, because I think this chart that is very difficult for us to get a sense of, but we did get the presentation sent to us. It'll be good to note like the jumps, but also, Sean, if you could, there are certain sections where it's like, here are the elective things you can do. If you know or can give an example of some of the elective things, I think it would give us a sense of what tier 2 encompasses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going from tier 1 to tier 2 in some cases is relatively minor. I'll say, water permeable surfaces, for example, it's 20% of the parking spaces have to have permeable surfaces versus 30% for tier 2. So not a huge jump in some cases. Same thing for things like cement use in construction projects, 20% reduction in cement use for tier 1 and 25% reduction for tier 2. But I think where the cost could maybe balloon a lot is with some of those additional electives that are required. So if you, and I know it's an eye chart here, but for tier 1, there's 2 additional electives required for under the planning and design section versus 4 additional electives are required for that same section. And if you add up all those, so 2 additional electives in tier 1 for that section, another 2 additional electives and for water efficiency, 2 additional electives for material conservation. So that's just all tier 1. And again, this is everything in the black text is already on the books. It's already in our building code, essentially. That hasn't changed. The red text is new additions to the code. So this is already in place in Fairfax. If we go to tier 2, you're also adding all these additional elective requirements. So it's 4 additional electives, like you said, for planning.
That's the red, the elective requirements, or is
The red is new additions to the 2022 state building
Uh-huh.
code compared to the 2019 code.
Oh, I see this.
And primarily that's just for the EV charging requirements and some energy efficiency requirements. So most of it didn't change.
Do you know what that means? The additional electives, do you know what that means?
So I can provide some examples if that's helpful of what those kind of additional electives are. And there, I'll note there's several in the code. But for example, under residential, there's additional electives for landscape design. So you'd have to use at least 75% drought tolerant plants in any new residential construction, install vegetated roofs for at least 50% of the roof area. Under water efficiency, you'd have to do things like install at least one Energy Star qualified dishwasher, or clothes washer, install non-water urinals and waterless toilets, install gray water systems or recycled water systems. Under material conservation, there's additional electives for using building materials from renewable sources, like bamboo, providing material protection during construction projects to protect it from rain. Under environmental quality, there's compliance with formaldehyde limits, and basically just in general trying to avoid exposure to toxic pollutants and providing sufficient ventilation during those construction projects. And then there's also additional electives under non-residential, and they're somewhat similar. Trying to reduce heat island effect. Again, a lot of water efficiency stuff, installing non-water urinals. So basically the difference is in tier 1, you might have to do like 2 of those. And if we go tier 2, all of a sudden you have to do 4 of those under each of those sections. So it adds a lot more requirements. And that's in addition to all the more stringent requirements that are in that table. So I think the bottom line is it would add additional costs to projects that aren't already.
So it looks like there's additional electives in every, like, what do you call them, category or division?
Yeah.
That, and requirements obviously equate to costs.
Yes, and I think there's a valid question of whether those additional costs outweigh the potential benefits you might get from implementing those kind of green building requirements.
And we're talking about new construction in here.
Yes. Yes. As far as what the building code applies to, yes, it's for new construction. For in the model code, for renovations, it would also apply to, and staff's recommendation is 200 square feet or more type renovations. The Cal Green Tier 1 would also apply.
So when you say the 200 square feet, if the council didn't adopt the staff's recommendations of staying with Cal Green with amendments, Cal Green Tier 1, that you're saying that if we said Tier 2, then those would apply to 200 square feet or more as well. So it's not just new construction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's where the model code goes beyond the state building code again, because we're trying to address the existing building stock and implement more electrification measures, efficiency measures within that existing building stock. So that's what that's trying to get at.
So if you so with the recommendation of the 200 square foot or larger, you're capturing, even with tier one, you're capturing a lot of existing building envelopes.
Right.
And I think that's a good thing. And I think I liked hearing from Bruce, who's been enmeshed in this for so many years. And it's a little like religion.
It's complicated.
But I get it.
But
I mean,
and
it's
note
important.
that for completely new construction.
Yeah, but let me just
we would-
interrupt,
yeah.
is that I remember when we talked about this a few years ago when we were adopting the building codes, and there was our town manager at the time provided a pretty extensive what those studies are like that have to be done for the Energy Commission. It was quite extensive, but thank you for trying to elaborate on that.
Can I ask a clarification on this point that's been raised twice? So Cal Green Tier 2, that is part of the state building code. We wouldn't have to do additional studies to do that, right?
Correct. The jurisdictions have the ability to amend whatever provisions within Cal Green that we want to, so long as it's more stringent than the mandatory provisions in there. Where you becomes tricky is if you're trying to amend requirements in the energy code. That's where you would have to do a cost effectiveness study and submit that to the CEC for approval. But these Cal Green amendments, we have a lot more flexibility, especially if we're just staying within the tier 1, tier 2 type provision.
But let me just make sure it's clear that for new construction, we would, if we adopt the staff recommendation, we would have the Cal Green building, the tier 1 building codes. But we also have our electrification ordinance. So new construction, we already have an ordinance that makes it all electric, so that both would apply.
Yeah, I guess I don't really understand why we're talking about new building if we already have why is that in scope for the discussion if we're not making changes?
These are building codes, and there's
Right.
lots more to a building than its electrification. There's how much cement is used and how the walls are held up, and the building code is extensive.
Right.
So,
but there's no proposal to change that piece is what I'm saying.
Not the electrification,
Right.
but this other piece, it's the question of, do you make it mandatory for like no water toilets and things like that, or some of the other electives, or like having bicycle parking at like the multifamily house? Like those are the types of things in Cal Green, I guess both tier 1 and 2, but you just have to adopt more of them in
Got
tier
it.
2 than tier 1.
I think Sean is going to continue on, and over on that right column is stuff about the EVs, and that's substantially different.
And one more clarification before you go to column 4, because I know those two connect to each other. So is it that we're kind of splitting tier 1 and tier 2 insofar as we're taking some of this EV infrastructure that's more ambitious than tier 1, and that's how we've amended
and
it?
tier 2.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah,
There you go.
It goes well beyond what's in Cal Green for the EV infrastructure provisions, and that's based on the Bay Area Model Code that was, I believe, attachment 5 in that staff report, which several jurisdictions are now either have adopted or are in the process of adopting. So yeah, like Councilmember Cutrano mentioned, there's a little bit of overlap with the recommendations for Cal Green and the EV infrastructure, because the EV infrastructure provisions are embedded within Cal Green. So essentially what staff recommendation is to adopt all the other Cal Green tier 1 provisions besides the EV infrastructure provisions, and excluding the energy efficiency provisions in there, because we already have all electric for new construction. So we don't need to apply those requirements either. So essentially adopt Cal Green tier 1. And then for the EV infrastructure requirements, there's all the additional requirements as laid out in the staff report for single family homes, like I was mentioning, to get them EV ready. For multifamily buildings to provide 100% charging access to every single renter that has a parking space for new construction. And also if you're doing remodels of multifamily or commercial properties that, for example, if you're upgrading the electrical service, that you have to ensure there's sufficient electrical capacity to install EV chargers. If you're tearing up the parking lot, that you're also installing conduit at the same time and also installing chargers, EV chargers. I believe those are the main requirements or recommended requirements for those different types of buildings for commercial or non-residential, as they referred to it as in the building code. The recommendation there in the model code is just to go with the Cal Green Tier 1. And basically there's a table in there, and I can just pull
Page
show that.
11.
Yeah, it's also here. So
Yeah,
like for
that's
Tier 1, it's based on the number of parking spaces in that commercial lot. So, if we say let's just say it's 10 parking spaces that are provided, then it would require 5 EV capable spaces, which does not require a receptacle. So it's not the same thing as EV ready, but it essentially means there's electrical capacity there for someone to eventually install a receptacle. And then it would require 2 EV chargers to be installed in that case of 10, if it's a lot with 10 parking spaces. So it's dependent on the number of parking spaces.
I would just say, I looking at these numbers, and the approach that's been taken, I really, again, applaud the work of the county committee that you've sat on. It's sort of moving through the transition that we're in the midst of on many levels, one of which is lots more EVs we will have, but also that these EVs have longer and longer range. And so there's the ideal thing, if you have a place to put it, is to have a charger at your home. And then you really don't need public chargers except out on the highway where you're going on a long trip, but you're not going to drive to the store and charge again because you got plenty of range from your home. But on the other hand, there's the need for some chargers at a store because the workers at that store may come from a long distance and they may not be able to afford a place where they can have a charger in their home. And so they may really be dependent on a charger at their workspace. And meanwhile, multifamily is very important. That's a big issue of where people park in multifamily and whether they have their own dedicated place or not. And so I think there's a lot of good thought that went into that, but that's what we're trying to navigate.
But so are we talking about, sorry, forgive me for not quite being on this, but are we talking about for all multifamily existing and then to be non-existing or future multifamily? Meaning if there's a multifamily that has parking places for tenants, they have to then go ahead and install
it would be triggered under certain circumstances.
This is a building code. If they're building, then these are
Only
if
if
they
they're
do
building.
something, if they change something, then that triggers this.
Yeah,
It
just
doesn't say go do it today.
To clarify, like the multifamily, so I make sure I get it right. The requirement would be for new multifamily buildings, out of the total parking spaces, 15% would have to be level 2 EV charging stations, and 85% would have to be low power level 2 EV ready. Again, would basically have a receptacle to plug in. So that just applies to new multifamily construction. But there is additional requirements for multifamily and non-residential renovations. As I mentioned, if you're upgrading the electrical panel, it specifically says in the model code that electrical capacity must be added for 20% of on-site parking spaces to be level 2 EV ready.
Okay, that's what I was gonna.
Yeah, so it's
leading
a
to.
little bit different as far as requirements for renovations of those types of buildings and new construction.
Okay, thanks.
One clarification too. So Bruce mentioned the county working group that's been developing the models, but am I right in understanding that what's being proposed or what's before us is actually even a bit more ambitious than the county model? Is that true?
It's more ambitious than what the county's original model code that they published, but since then they've made revisions to model code that I believe were just published maybe the other day. And essentially for the EV infrastructure provisions, they are more aligned now with the Bay Area model code, and that's what their staff will be bringing to the Board of Supervisors for introduction sometime this month. Yeah.
Great, thanks for clarifying.
However, just another clarification. So that's for the EV infrastructure, but we already talked about certain things that staff are recommending for the other issues when we talk about the 200 square foot, which would be, I don't know what the county's recommending, but that's specific to Fairfax based on Mark Lockaby's experience where most of the renovations occur. So I think there's kind of a little mix on top of that where we may be more aggressive than what the county might be saying.
On that second column.
Yeah, some of that
specific-
stuff is, we are, but specific to the EV, it sounds like with their latest iteration, we would be in line with them, which is more aggressive than what they initially proposed, correct?
Yes, yes,
They
and
probably-
much more aggressive than what's in Cal Green. And again, just the reason that staff has recommended we lower that square footage threshold for the flex compliance pathway, that second column in there for this, just for single family renovations, is according to Mark, most of the renovations in Fairfax are within that like 200 to 250 square foot range. So if we use the county's trigger of 750, essentially we most likely wouldn't have any projects that are would even have to adhere to those requirements. So it kind of defeats the purpose of having that requirement in the first place. So I think each jurisdiction with that model code will have to customize it based on the typical types of remodel projects within their jurisdiction.
And just
Thanks for that example. I find it hard to believe that most of theirs are 750 or greater.
Yeah, and they actually lowered that. Originally it was 1200. That was
Wow.
in the last code cycle, I believe, and they lowered it to 750 for various reasons. Yeah, to basically capture more remodel projects. But there's also exemptions in there if you're adding new ADUs or JADUs, trying to balance that, housing and climate goals, basically.
And that, if we're gonna talk briefly about that second column, the flex compliance pathway. So can you just, maybe for myself and the public, walk me through what that entails? So if somebody's doing a kitchen remodel larger than 200 square feet, it triggers this and they would have to upgrade their appliances to all electric appliances, and that, or it's a point-based system, so they can do certain things to reach the point threshold based on the climate zones. Or
Yeah, and this is attachment 1, the model reach code. I believe it's table 2 in there. And as I mentioned in the presentation from the last council meeting, the model code has since been revised, and that table has changed to the table on the right hand side of the screen. And essentially the main change is that the building vintages have been eliminated. So it's just one target score for each climate zone. We're in climate zone 2 here in Fairfax. So if you are a project applicant and your project, if we go with the 200 square feet trigger, and if your project is 200 square feet or greater, then you would have to meet any of the mandatory requirements in here. So installing LEDs, for example, for the lighting, If you're remodeling your kitchen, laundry, or upgrading your electrical panel, just ensuring that's electric ready to install those types of appliances. And the first couple measures in there are mostly energy efficiency measures that are pretty typical for remodel projects already. So one of the reasons why the county increased the target score to 8 from 6 is to basically force the one of these electrification measures to also be implemented as part of that project. So it wouldn't require all the appliances to be electric, but you would have to install at least one of those to meet the points threshold and be compliant per this whole flexible compliance path.
Just real quick, so you keep switching between renovation and remodel. And that's got me a little puzzled.
They're synonymous for the purpose of this.
But substantial remodel,
Remodel.
that's the difference.
Sean, since we're on the second one, I brought this up at the last meeting and I want to make sure that we at least throw it out there. So on your staff report, you talk about, it's on page 3 of the staff report, eliminating most of the hardship exemptions and only allow hardship exemptions in the following cases. Number 1, the cost of achieving compliance is disproportionate to the overall cost of the project. And then number 2, strict compliance with the standards would create or maintain a hazardous condition and present a life safety risk to the occupants. Going back to that, I think it's on attachment 2, it's actually on attachment 3 too. It lists 4 standards, hardship standards, and I understand number 2 is one that you're talking about, but the one thing, the 2 that I would ask that we would add back in is conflicts with state standards, which Mark at the last meeting said those are standard. I don't know if it's a book or a regulation. So you don't want something that conflicts with state standards. Or number 5, which is measures impair and listed historic structure. And like I said at the last meeting, if we have any listed historic structures in Fairfax, there's probably 1 or 2. But if it's listed, it's a black and white thing. And I know that anybody who has a listed historic structure, it's hard to do anything. So I would just ask that we add those 2 back in with the 2 that you propose, which make perfect sense to me. Thank you.
So,
I just want to see if there are any other questions on those first 3, because I'm feeling really solid about the staff recommendations for those first 3 before we go into the substantial remodels. But I just wanted to check and see if folks had questions still on those or if we move on.
Yeah, so I guess the last thing to discuss is the substantial remodels, that third column. As I mentioned, jurisdictions do have the authority to, through the health and safety code, adopt all electric ordinances for both new buildings and remodels of existing buildings. And jurisdictions have gone about that in a couple of different ways. Either they've changed their definition of new construction to essentially include things like substantial remodels, or in their code, they include both definitions in there. So new construction and substantial remodels, and both require all electric, have all electric requirements. So just a slight nuance, but I have seen jurisdictions go about it in either of those 2 ways. So that is on the table as far as expanding essentially Fairfax's all electric ordinance for new construction to include substantial remodels. or utilize the flex compliance pathway for all basically remodels 200 square feet or more, which would include substantial remodels by default as well, or to not address substantial remodels as part of this REACH code. So the main, I think, factor here, since it's not really an issue with state compliance, is more just the cost concerns that Mark has raised and the public has raised regarding going all electric for these types of projects.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I think, someone may have thought through this and found a different way to think about it. But as I was considering the importance of including, or at least moving toward the including all, substantial remodels in the all electric, what sat with me is Mark sitting right here talking about the equity issue. And so I started looking and researching, what are the trigger points? What are the thresholds for lower income folks where you end up exempting? And then of course it came up that, really part of this, and especially we're covering it under health and safety, is that natural gas is bad for our health. So why are we going to then have the lower income folks who can't afford to do the upgrades sitting in a gas filled house? But my question is there some way to mitigate the cost to folks? Vice Mayor's jumping up and down.
I mean,
you know what I'm going to ask. So if someone's thought through this in more a way that can make this work and be a win-win, I would love to hear it.
For sure. And I think that this is a good plug for, similar to a climate action plan. If we had an equity action plan, there would be strategies in here to help us with that. So looking forward to that coming back to the council at some point as well. Just wanted to also give a plug for folks who are interested in the current rebates. Check out switcheson.org. That's what I went to and just typed in my zip code, and you get the Bayren, save $1,000 per unit on a central heat pump. You get the Electrify Marin stuff. There's a whole bunch of rebates for heat pump, water heaters, et cetera, in here, thousands and thousands of dollars. And this is in addition to the upcoming tax credits that we're going to see. I think what I saw here is that homeowners are able to collect a maximum of $14,000 in total rebates in the year ahead, based on the new bill.
Is that the IRA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So I got to thinking about this as well, how much money is actually coming down that homeowners can take advantage of. And then if, with the equity consideration, I'm really concerned about it, but I don't want to leave people who can't afford to be a part of the electrified future. I don't want them to be living in natural gas for the next 20 years or something like that. And so I was thinking about it similar to the landscape appliance piece, where it's like, do we do exemptions and then come up with a bunch of hardship exemptions? And then people are just with their same, noisy, less efficient, more polluting equipment. Is there an opportunity for this 3 out of 10 or whatever the number is for people who really have financial hardships, where we can do something similar, where we go for what's in our climate action plan, a strategy that moves us forward on substantial remodels, where we know every appliance is going to have to be replaced if you do the math of what we need to do to keep the average global temperature down. But similar to the landscape ordinance, is there a way where we can give that direction and also and it would be great to get feedback from Sean on this, whether this is possible, to have some sort of incentive program come back that Sean devises, that's passed by resolution at a later date, to help folks fill in that gap and give them even more incentive to just make that switch. But that was what I was thinking about. If it's really a couple of households every year that we're talking about, if that, we need to move the needle on this stuff, and that might be a small price to pay.
Can I just add that Mark sent us sent this email that came through the town manager, which actually gave some cost figures. And I think because it was kind of buried, it was hard to find, that people didn't necessarily weren't able to see it. But Mark talked about, first of all, he said what he sees are 10 substantial remodels more recently, but he said a lot go through the planning commission and may not come to fruition or may come to fruition later. But he did talk about the cost. And first he talked, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I think this was actually pretty important, is I couldn't print it. I had to make a copy of it because live mail doesn't print. But basically, he talked about a typical cost of a substantial remodel. This is without any of that. So building permits, fees, plan reviews, assessments, fire suppression, sprinkler systems, sewer lateral replacement. And that's just total fees, you know, and some work. And he talked about the time frame is 3 to 4 months, cost between 8 to 12,000. But he said total fees and required upgrades for just a more classic substantial remodel that he sees is 32,500 to 52,500. Now, Zoe and Zach may be seeing much more than that. But then he talks about proposed electrification costs if these items are not already in place. So he talks about the electrical panel upgrade and the wiring, and he says that's between 6,000 and 9,000. The heat pump can be between 7,000 and 12,000 installed. Electric dryer, 500 to 800. I can tell you, I just looked, these costs are low. Heat pump, water heater is between 2,400 to 3,000 installed. Electric stovetop between 450 and 2,400. And he said, so there, the total additional costs, which would also increase fees and required upgrades, would go anywhere. So that's on top of, just look at the top of just a typical substantial remodel is over 50,000, can be anywhere close to 50,000 to 80,000 additional. So I think I realize where you're getting at, and I know there are a lot of rebates out there. I also know, because I've gotten some of those rebates, that you have to spend the money first, typically before you get the rebate, having done it. And I think that when we did the landscape ordinance, those costs were significantly, I mean, they're still significant to a lot of people, but that was a lower deal. And what Mark said is, he kind of cuts to the chase and said, if you were to offer incentives, he's saying the town could offer rebates of between 15 to 20,000. That's a lot. And then you'd have to budget between 150,000 and 200,000. So that's obviously much bigger than what we talked about for the landscape stuff. And I know we were just talking about a small group. So I get your excitement and I see where you're going. I personally don't think we're ready for this. And we've heard from at least a couple of folks that I don't think Zoe and her husband are necessarily what we call low income. I think they're people with fairly okay incomes, but they got into a house that they thought they could afford, and every time they do one thing, they're spending more money. I know friends like that. You go to change a light switch and all of a sudden you're changing the electrics. So I don't think we're there yet. I think this is something we could talk about in the future and not the distant future, but I'm really concerned about putting those kind of burdens on people at this point. So I am supportive of the staff recommendation for that. Thank you.
I just wanted to add 2 points of clarification with all due respect. Actually, the reading of Mark's email is that the total fees would be $48,850 to $79,500. So he was looking at conservative, albeit increase of $16,300 on the low end to, $25,000 on the high end. I will say one of the exciting things for folks, even if we don't do this tonight, but folks are interested in looking into the IRA and taking advantage of this, those rebates in the IRA are upfront. It's incredible. $8,000 to install heat pumps upfront to heat and cool your home.
Are they any income qualification?
Yes, the income qualification is it has to be you cannot exceed 150% of area median income to qualify for that.
Okay, I was thinking along the lines you were as far as the rebates, that the current rebates that you mentioned, Bay Run, some of them are you can layer on top of each other, and then IRA. But one question I had for anyone who can answer it is, so Newsom said he published some very aggressive home electrification targets, but I haven't seen anything to back those up in terms of money. Is that coming as well, like state money?
Maybe Sean can speak to whether or not that's been discussed regionally. All I'll say is the California Air Resources Board has sort of put a flag in the sand saying, by 2030 at the latest, we're going to stop selling gas appliances. And the Bay Area Regional Air Quality Management District might do something even sooner than that. And even in this next cycle, per Sean's slide deck, it's clear that there's going to be a discussion about a change out requirement or a change out ordinance or, at time of replacement. So that stuff's coming in the next couple of years
Just
here.
having worked there, the grant money that they get does ultimately come from CARB, and it gets parceled out to all the various air districts.
So can I just, let me know if you all think this might be some kind of a compromise worth exploring. So we don't want to just exempt all folks that can't afford it and put them in a gas-filled house. But what if we were to allow for some lower income exemptions with a flex plan building their way toward it's sort of a hybrid model? Would something like that make any sense? So it's a stepping stone to becoming all electric in your renovation or substantial remodel. So you get these things in place and that gets triggered by a substantial remodel. If it's 3 out of 10, then you're basically helping folks prepare.
Are you saying like a lower threshold, like a
because that's what staff recommendation is, right? To do a flex plan for substantial remodels.
But just for the, I'm talking
just
about
for
just
low
for those who are income qualified, because those are the folks that are facing the most hardship. And that would then allow a path ready, a path toward doing the electrification and the healthier, safer option. And then the other 7 of the 10 who can afford it, that we move into that triggers all electric for the substantial remodel.
And how do you decide income qualifications?
Well, that's why I was researching.
It's actually, it's not I make X dollars.
No, there's
it's actually a lot of work. I've done it when I worked at the Air District. It's looking at tax returns, et cetera.
Well, I have a whole, a model or a template for various income qualification.
And you have to look at tax returns, et cetera.
Well, we're talking about 3 a year. Or folks that,
this is more work on staff that we've already talked about, that they are overburdened. I mean, why are we slicing and dicing this right now instead of saying?
I'm just putting this out there as a way to move the process forward toward the electrification.
If I can just tell a story that I think, and going back to what Mark suggested in that same email, that I think he's correct that in terms of our overall, you're bringing up the question of whether an individual family still has gas in their house, which has health effects. as opposed to the climate effects, and that's inequitable if they just can't afford to get rid of the gas, but their richer neighbor can. That's a different issue. But as far as our overall climate goals in the town, Mark was pointing out that we might actually make more progress more quickly by distributing it among more people and not really costing people that much extra if we just say that when you are replacing your water heater, you can't replace it with gas. And that's what, as you indicated, that's what's coming down from other agencies soon anyway. So just get on that. That seems like an obvious thing to do. It's just like new construction requiring that to be all electric. Well, it's actually cheaper to do it that way. So it's a no-brainer. And I'm glad we did that.
Okay.
But I just wanted to tell a story that just kind of comes to my mind, that sometimes things just get distributed unevenly. So the neighbor right above us on our street, what was it, a decade ago? Oh, it's longer than that. Time flies. But a while back, her house burned down, completely burned to the ground. Her car burned up completely. It was an electrical fire that started in her house. And so she had to rebuild. It took her a year to get the insurance payment. She was couch surfing during that time, then took her a long time to get the plans and get the building permits. It was 2 years before she could start constructing to build a house in the same envelope as the house that was already there. She lives at the end of our road and up a long driveway to her house. Well, because, and I understand why, the fire people would like to have turnabouts that they can turn an engine around at the end of our narrow streets, and these streets don't have them. And so the policy is that whenever there's an opportunity to get one of those things in there, a hammerhead or something, so that they can turn their engine around, then they take that opportunity. Well, this poor lady just drew the short straw. She's at the end of the house and her house burned down and she had to rebuild it. So she had to build a driveway that is this cement driveway. It's like a freeway entrance. It's just this incredible piece with pilings and everything in there, and this just used to be a regular old driveway before that, going all the way up to her house, and then a great big area that she's not allowed to park in so that a fire truck could turn around at the end of our street by going up her driveway, spinning around and coming back down. Makes us all a bit safer. Not only that, but I was lucky enough that right across the street from my house, I now have a brand new fire hydrant, because she got to build us a new fire hydrant. So she drew the short straw on that one too. So I just tell that story to say, that sometimes it's kind of, how we do things might sort of pile it all on one person. In this case, it's someone who has a substantial remodel. I'm thinking of Zoe and Zach, that you just draw that short straw, and now all of a sudden you are going to solve the climate problem for Fairfax, in every possible way you can. And your neighbor is replacing their water heater with a gas water heater, and nothing you can do about it. I wish they didn't do it. I don't know why they're doing it, but they're doing it. So there's just, I'm just thinking in terms of trying to sort of distribute the effort.
I say go with the replace the appliances when the old ones wear out.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, but I don't think we do it here. I think that's a separate.
Not
type
agendized
deal.
tonight, no.
Right.
Bring us home, Sean. We're so close.
So if I can summarize what I've heard so far, there seems to be consensus on the staff recommendations for CalGreen Tier 1, besides the EV infrastructure requirements. And in that case, to go with the model code as far as those additional EV requirements for single family and multifamily and commercial. In consensus on adopting the flexible compliance pathway for single family renovations or remodels, whatever you want to call them, for 200 or more square feet as this threshold. and I guess, is there consensus on, oh, and sorry, and in terms of exemptions, adding Councilmember Kohler's recommendations for additional exemptions, if there's conflicts with state standards, or if it's a historic structure.
It has
That's
to be a
affected.
listed historic
Yeah, listed
structure.
historic structure. So that's what I'm understanding so far is where there might be agreement on. I guess it's not clear to me on the substantial remodels if there's more of a preference for the all electric or the flexible compliance pathway for that specific part of this reach code.
Well, maybe you should just ask us each one. I mean, I support the staff recommendation. I heard Bruce say that. I'm not sure where other people.
Well, this is something I've had to think about for sure, because it is different from the sort of progress line that the CAC has thought about, as you indicate up there. But I think the rest of this is very powerful. And I would say at this point, I'm just really moved by what Mark said and what Zoe and Zach have told us, and other people as well, that there's this other reason for substantial remodels that we sort of weren't thinking about. I think that CAC might have been making an assumption about, we're going to nail the substantial remodels. That's sort of easy pickings, but it's not. So I would say I'm supportive of the staff recommendations of not going with the all electric requirement. And I would like to see us look forward at some point to looking at the time of appliance, whenever appliances are changed, that they should be electric modern appliances. That would seem like it would have a bigger effect in Fairfax in reality anyway, and it would distribute the load much more, and it would be asking people to do things that's actually a smart thing for them to do anyway. They ought to do it.
I think I totally hear that, and there's one piece that I'm not super clear on, which is with the current supply chain stuff, how much time some stuff takes versus other stuff, and in terms of remodels. So I feel for you either way, because I'm sure it's probably been a challenge to get going on some of this. I really do believe that for folks that can't afford to access clean appliances and be able to participate fully in a process of electrification as quickly as possible, that we should find ways to support those folks. I think the incentives that are out there would cover that conservative cost that Mark put on paper, and I think we could go a long way to helping them even more. So I'd be supportive of expanding that all electric ordinance to cover substantial remodels on the condition that there would be some incentive program brought back to help folks, incentivize them to access all of those opportunities that are aligning right now at the regional, state, and national levels, which is sort of a once in a couple decade opportunity. The other thing I think, which folks have talked about, I definitely would hope that we could draft and adopt some sort of roadmap for existing building electrification that does build in equitable electrification, just because it's unclear to me how we're going to get to our cap goals if we don't have something like that built in. But I know that's a separate thing, but just want to make sure that I put that out there.
If I may add real quick on this idea of a rebate program for electric appliances, staff could look into developing that type of program regardless of what we decide on these reach codes tonight, whether we do go with all electric for substantial remodels or not. And especially if we want to help people be able to afford it, and especially people who need the assistance, the financial assistance, town could offer a rebate program of some type, like we are doing for the landscape equipment, regardless of any ordinances that we might adopt. So that's something that we could analyze and potentially develop and bring to council at a later point, just to add to the existing rebates incentives that are already out there at a county level.
Yeah, I like what you both said. Thank you. I guess on that one, I would encourage you to have it tiered. So I mean, I just want the pace and the scale. Like I just feel like we need to continue to be a leader in this space. In fact, I was at an event recently and a Tiburon council member said, "Hey, what are you all working on? Because you guys always lead, and ultimately that'll tell me what's coming down the pike for the next year or two for me." And I want us to continue to be that leader, you know. But I hear everything that's been shared, and I'll go with the group on this. But as far as I'd really love to have a rebate program, and so I would love to give you direction on that, and have it be, if we're just seeing 10, you know, I don't know how many of those are, you know, low income, medium income, or whatever, but I think we should go broad. I mean, at one point when we had our vegetation management grants, remember, we ended up just opening it up, right? So certainly we want to make it affordable and support those that really need it, but I'd love to go broad personally.
Mayor, are you going along with what Bruce is supporting or what Vice Mayor is supporting?
Well, they weren't too different, but I guess
They were
Chance was.
Okay, I mean,
what I was saying was, I think what I was saying was different from what Bruce was
Yeah.
saying, maybe.
Bruce was going with staff recommendation. I think Chance was moving toward doing the all electric with some assistance
Just on the third, you're okay with staff recommendation except for the third column, right?
Yeah, staff for the
Yeah.
other 3 columns, and then for that third
Yeah.
column, CAC with incentives or something.
Okay, I just wanted to ask.
So what is I don't know what you.
I'm with, with staff recommendation on Reach Code Cal Green, on the flex
No, I'm
compliance.
just talking about the substantial remodel.
Is that all we're talking about right now?
Yeah.
Well,
I
like
think we already
actually,
covered the
I
rest
think-
I
of it.
think I should ask a question about the third column there. Those two, the light blue, the CAC recommendation, and the dark blue, the staff recommendation, are not. They don't totally cover it, right? The CAC recommendation is just talking about electrifying the home when you do a substantial remodel. The other one, the flexible compliance pathway, is talking about all sorts of other things, right? There are other aspects, other ways that you can do the flexible compliance besides electrifying things. And so those two
Correct.
aren't,
Yeah, it
it's not
includes
like one is just bigger than the other. One's a subset of the other. They're actually disjoint somewhat, right?
the flex compliance path. It includes both energy efficiency and electrification measures. And again, it's up to the project applicant what they ultimately want to implement it, and that's kind of the nice thing about it is, depending on the type of project you're doing, you can implement measures that make the most sense for what you're remodeling versus the all electric, you know, ordinance for substantial remodels. It just it would
focusing on one
require
thing.
all the appliances to be
Like
realized.
with new construction, we still have our all electric ordinance, but we also are adopting
But
Cal Green. So
nonetheless, are you two of differing positions? The two of you on substantial remodels.
Are you
yeah, I'm just calling
out or
attention to the fact that there's probably more to a building code than just saying it has to be electric. I mean,
No, but I'm just, I mean, we're
So are you accepting the
different things.
staff recommendations
you.
or the?
Gotcha. So I wanted to add though, because I think the rebate idea is a great one. I also think it would go a really long way if we were to be able to provide, whether it's through volunteers, maybe members or a member of the CAC who's interested in this, to sit down and work with people on how to apply for rebates. It's intimidating. I mean, just getting started.
That's an awesome
And
idea.
So, I think we could offer some financial incentive and support, but really a lot of people need to be walked through.
well, you know that CAC, in particular, Joe Hewlings, one of our newer members, did a fantastic job of pulling together all the rebates. And as the mayor said, many of them are stackable rebates. You can use more than one of those rebates. And
Yeah,
it
but I
just-
mean, just like
and
you
you
sit
just
next
put
to
them
me with
together.
my computer.
Yeah,
And
well,
you're a volunteer and you're very gentle and patient.
he
and you sit
actually
there and help
has-
me apply for my rebates.
Actually, we've actually created an interactive thing. Now, it's not a person sitting next to you, but it's actually an interactive thing that helps you. So yeah, I get what you're saying. And I would say the same thing to our planning and building department, that any help that you can give people is really good.
That's great.
Because there's a lot out there. They change all the time. And boy,
Okay.
the more you know about them, the
Perfect.
better off you are.
I'm thinking, I'm just going to state where I'm at. I believe that if we do this in a real substantial way and we get people help that they need, that money exists from what I'm hearing and what I've read, that I would go with a trigger for all electric for a substantial remodel. As long as we're not leaving people behind financially and just mandating something that's impossible. I would even go for looking at some kind of low income level, but I don't want to add to that.
So I'm just going to say I agree with the staff recommendations, and I'm hoping we can actually get through this because I'm kind of unclear. There's staff, there's CAC. I'm not sure what the mayor said. And remember, we have to do the first reading of the building codes November 2nd. So Sean isn't bringing incentives by then.
No.
And so I'm just sort of like going around and round. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just sleepy, but I'm getting really confused.
Could I suggest that, and I agree, Councilmember Kohler, we're not here tonight to create an incentive program. We can't do that.
What
So
I'm
we're only here to
hearing
do the
is
building
this
code.
idea, we bring it later. So all I'm saying
we
is,
could, if the all electric, I believe, would be done if we were to decide to do the all electric requirement for substantial remodel, that would be done under a health and safety code, correct?
Yeah, and the point I wanted to clarify is the point
So
that
we
Councilmember
don't need
Kohler.
to do that at the same time as we're
can we
doing
let
this.
Sean sort of speak for a
Yeah,
second?
I just wanted to emphasize that point that Councilmember Kohler made, that what we're talking about is just part of this reach code that'll be part of the building code introduced in November and then adopt in December. If any kind of rebate program is going to take additional staff time to develop, it would not be potentially, I mean, and it'll have to go through council, of course, for approval of that program. So we're looking sometime maybe early next year to implement
So-
that kind of program. So I just want to make sure it's clear that that incentive program would not be available at the time that this ordinance would take effect, which would be January 1st, 2023.
So can I query you on this? If we adopted the flexible compliance pathway, and then on top of that, we layered the all electric requirement for new construction, for substantial remodels, the electrification of all these items in the house, even if they're in parts of the house you're not even doing construction on, that's what that does. That's why it raises the cost. But those things would actually count toward the points that you're looking to get on the flexible compliance pathway. So would an all electric thing just sort of narrow down the choices that you have as to what to do, but
In that kind of scenario, the flex compliance pathway wouldn't apply for substantial remodels. You would just follow the all electric requirements. Because if you even do any of if you install a heat pump water heater, for example, that's going to would get you enough points.
you get
through the
enough
flexible
points to
compliance
do it.
pathway
So it's
anyway.
basically just saying we're making the choice for you. Instead of you getting the choice of this things on the menu, we're going to make the choice for you. We want you to do all the electric things on the menu, which may end up being more points, but we're taking the choice away. We're saying you need to do your water heater, your stove.
It's just directional staff.
So we're not making a motion. There's no action this evening. But do you feel like you have direction?
Yeah, so if I'm hearing it correctly, it sounds like there's consensus on this particular item of substantial.
No, there's not consensus from
Or
me.
not consensus, but majority support for.
Not sure where Bruce is. I think you're saying you have a majority of the council that's telling you to go with what the CAC recommendation is, correct?
That's what I'm hearing. And to develop a rebate program at a later date to help with those costs.
Can I make a suggestion before we finish this out? One way to do this would be go with the staff recommendations for November 2nd, and then later, not much later, bring the health and safety code for substantial remodels with the incentives as a separate piece. So we go with the staff recommendations for November 2nd. I'm just throwing this out there. And then later, because you want this incentive program, et cetera, that you bring it later as a health and safety code revision for substantial remodels with the electrification piece as a separate ordinance. And at that time, Sean could bring what he's proposing for the incentives so that you're marrying that at the right time rather than January 1st, 2023, when we're not totally ready.
I think that meets all of the things that it addresses all of the concerns that I've heard put out there tonight. And also I heard from the CAC that putting that under health and safety is an important way to do this and can be done post January.
What I just want to make sure is that is that crazy burden for you all to approach it that way?
It just means an additional ordinance that we have to go through the, 2 council meetings and develop, but we could do that. And, that's how Fairfax adopted its all electric for new construction. If that was not part of the building code adoption, that was outside of that. So that is an option, and we could try to align it with bringing that rebate program at the same time.
So I think Councilmember Kohler's suggestion was excellent.
Yeah, I do too.
I think so too. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, well, so I know that's a little extra work, but I think for people that are impacted, we would be, I think you're fairly close to being ready for November 2nd to begin with, if we go with your recommendations, and then give you the time to work out that second ordinance, which I don't think is that complicated, but give you some time to work on what the existing incentives are and how we would create an incentive program so we could bring that potentially together. Or even the second meeting, something like that. So thank you, guys.
Sean, thank you for being here late multiple times on this topic and for presenting to CAC multiple times and answering all our questions and just being amenable to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 2nd.
So you guys, everybody gets this, right? You got the direction you need?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Moving right along. Last but not least. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Our last item for this evening is item number 10, which was also continued from October 6th. Discuss allowing amplified music in parklets and provide direction to staff. And Heather, I think you'll be presenting.
Yes. Michelle, if you could bring up the slide. So really brief here, but we heard from the council that you wanted to consider having amplified music in parklets. And so we wanted to bring that back today. If you just one more slide. And in order to really build a potential amendment that you could vote on, we needed to know a little more information. As you know, there is a lively music scene in town here, and typically that occurs inside a building where you can contain sound. So what's different about parklets is that, they're open air venues, if you will. And you got a copy in the packet of the current noise ordinance. And so what we'd like to do today is just to discuss some of these facets of what it might be like to have amplified music in parklets. Would you want to dictate the hours in which amplified music could be played, so that perhaps it's something like, I don't know, is it daylight hours so that people with sleeping children won't be impacted, or is it vice versa? Those kinds of things. Do you want to restrict the number or days of the week? So is it a weekend thing, or is it Friday through Sunday, or how does that, how do you envision that? Some of the parklets are near multifamily, or there are apartments above restaurants that currently have parklets. So something to think about is, that consideration. And then I think we would want to make sure that any equipment was, safely off of the pathways, walking ways, that kind of thing. And are there other considerations? Because we want to then turn this over to Janet to write up, and she needs to know what to write. And I know there were other questions, but I will pause here and see if there are any additional questions. And
Any additional questions before we open public comment? Okay, hearing none, let's open the public comment. Thank you, Heather.
Is that your whole presentation?
well, there was a question that was
No,
asked.
that's great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know I thought maybe we interrupted you.
Mark Bell. For this item, I represent Save Dominga Avenue, which is a group to save the tranquility and for safety. So I would appreciate having more than 2 minutes, especially since the hours I've spent here. The town manager is absolutely correct. As she put in the noise ordinance, the downtown commercial area decibel level maximum is 60 decibels. To increase that, 70 is twice as loud as 60. 80 is 4 times as loud as 60, and so on. Buses going by are in the low 70s and last for a couple minutes. And I also find it ironic that we just had this thing about electrifying this, blah, blah, blah. Well, you're using electricity to amplify. It seems pretty ironic to me. Under the general plan noise statute, and point 3.1, preserve the existing acoustic character of the town. That means as it is right now. Policy N 3.1.2 says an acoustic analysis shall be required periodically. I don't think one has been done since the general plan, which is 12 years. 3.1.3 says an acoustic analysis shall be required by whoever wants to have a change to the soundscape. That means that everyone who owns a parklet who would want to do or want to have amplified music would have to do their own acoustical analysis, which would mean that they would have to vet the bands. The bands would each have to come and they would have to play. And if you're going to have more than one of them playing, then they would have to do another analysis with all of that. There are 9 parklets. You have the ball field, which is an amplified speaker system, which can be heard everywhere, even up on Frustuck. You have the way station, which has music. You have 9 parklets. You have Perry's. You don't have 19 Broadway at this point, but why wouldn't they apply and why wouldn't Mas Masa? So you could have 13 amplified sources. Oh yeah, don't forget the Castall House. 14 amplified sources of music going at the same time. There's a difference between vibrant and vibrating. General plan N.2.1.1. The plan is to reduce noise. Adjudicated by the California Supreme Court. Under state law, land use actions must be consistent with the adopted general plan per California Supreme Court versus Walnut Creek, 1990, 52 Cal 3D.5, 31.540, which means that you would have to redo the entire noise element of the general plan if you're going to change anything to do with the 60 decibels in a commercial space. It would have to be sent and ratified by the state. Additionally, under the California Supreme Court ruling, it said that a general plan is in essence the same as a constitution. So therefore, when you took your oath of office, you're upholding the Constitution of Fairfax as well as the Constitution of California, as well as the Constitution of the United States. And if you were to violate that, you would be violating your oath of office, which in essence would amount to treason, because that's what treason is. When you knowingly violate a constitution, and we know what that means. Thank you. Oh, after open comment, you should just basically dismiss this because it's in violation of the law.
Hello, Council. You know, I really enjoyed Mark's speech. It pointed out many points that you guys should really consider when we do these things. This is just one of many things that we approach that the town doesn't follow rules. Like when I brought up the request for closed session has 3 different exemptions. If you look at California Code 6250, and Janet can put her head down at 6270, upon the expenditure of any public fund, which includes—
Hi there, we're hearing public comment
I
about
know.
amplified music in the
I'm coming back to
parklets.
that.
If
You're
you could
interrupting me.
limit your
I
commentary
am.
to
You're
the
interrupting
item
me.
that
So
we
why
are
don't you let me
discussing
finish
right
so you
now.
understand?
Thank
You're
you.
interrupting me.
Keep your
Okay?
comments limited to
So
the topic.
that's what I'm doing. You were the one that didn't follow laws. So if I may finish, please. There's rules. Unbelievable. There are rules how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. This is another example. So whenever we have these rules that we're not following, it compromises everything. We're supposed to have some sort of order as opposed to have something subjective. That's why we're all discussing even these building codes. To the specific thing, if we have noise ordinances we cannot exceed, we have to honor that unless it's properly changed. My personal opinion, I don't think there's any reason we need to have a concatenate of additional noises in our community. I like hearing some birds. I don't know why we need to blast our ears out. I don't like hearing the large bus going down the street. I'd like to be able to hear the chatter. It's really nice hearing Kurt's little baby in the back of the room because I no longer have kids in my house. Those are the type of sounds I'd like to hear and not just be blasted real loud. Besides the liability that the town will incur when you start having all these open electrical things exposed to the elements and use. It puts us all at a compromised position, so please consider that. And Barbara, all these things are relevant. Thank you. I'm sorry, excuse me, Barbara, I apologize. I meant to say Stephanie. I sincerely apologize.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. First question that I'd like to bring up is, has the problem, and I use that in quotes, risen to the level of a problem, which I would use in the context of a code. We have, use of so far 9 parklets, and this is isolated to only the parklets. This is not talking about the ball field. This is not talking about temporary use permits, not talking about conditional use permits. And I was at one venue earlier today and had an acoustic piano. I grew up in with a piano and I was about as far away as that microphone right there, and I recorded 76 decibels with a noise rated sound meter. I was the same distance from so far the only live performer who uses a self-contained electric supply, doesn't run any power cords. And I recorded 75 dB at his space, same meter. The buses going by at the intersection are at 66. So in order to hear them over the buses and over the traffic, there has to be a little bit of headroom over that in order to reach out over there. Even at these levels, walking just a short distance away, in this case, it was Fairfax. I walked over to the Perry's parking lot. The noise had fallen off to 61 decibels. This is the noise from anything. This is the music, noise, bus, whatever. At the back of Perry's at Mono Lane, by the time you hit the residential neighborhood, because that's where it would start, it was down to 56. The ambient is 56 and the limit is 55. So really, I don't think this is a problem, and I'd like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any hands raised on the Zoom?
Yes, there are. Mallory, you are unmuted now.
I just, a little question that's not related to this, but were we getting a chance to talk about from the last thing that was discussed about the electricity, etc.? Because were we supposed to talk about that? Did somebody answer me?
We did do public comment for that.
We took public comment.
At the end or in the beginning? You didn't do it at the end.
In the beginning, we did.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I'll get you next time for that.
Mallory,
Okay.
I have notes that you commented on item number 9. You said ditto to the first 4 speakers.
Not the first one, the second thing that we just discussed. The thing about the green things.
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah,
Was
I
that-
think we took public comment and
Okay.
you spoke between Rick and Zach.
Okay, all right. Well, are we going to discuss that part again, the green thing, next time on the second?
Well, they're
Will that-
bringing it back for an ordinance. Yes.
Great. Okay. I'll try to be more aware. Okay. So in terms of the music, at 60 decibels or whatever it is, I am not as a person who goes to listen and a musician, I do not want to hear more electric music. And whatever the decibel thing is, it never gets honored. It's usually much louder than whatever we've already agreed on, and nobody is actually calling anybody on it. And sometimes, like at Perry's, you can't even, it's painful. Like to stand by the Thai restaurant, it's still too loud and nobody's monitoring it. And so I just would like acoustic music in all the parklets. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no more further speakers.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment on this and open it up for deliberations. Anyone?
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah, so at this point, we have 2 places that are, using a very lightly amplified sound. And I appreciate what Mr. Hamer shared with us, and also that you actually took the time to go around and measure the decibels. That was very helpful. I would say that I can pretty much say that we haven't had any complaints about either of the two places. I could be wrong, but I don't believe last I checked we had. And what I think we're talking about here is something that maybe there's different understanding. Different people are understanding differently. Sorry, I'm very tired. But here's what I was hoping that we could agree to in terms of just the amplification itself. And let me know how you all think about this language, which is that we would allow a solo or duo lightly amplified acoustic instruments and vocals. So what I'm referring to is one of the musicians that plays, and this is no secret because Otis Scarecrow is a beloved member of the community, has provided very incredibly uniquely creative entertainment for all of us downtown for free forever. Plays a nylon string guitar. And so he walks around, it's virtually like a minstrel playing a very gentle guitar, and he lightly amplifies that in order to be heard over the car alarms in the parkade and the buses going by. And then I believe the roastery also has a small speaker that comes outside, and so that people that are sitting in the parklet really enjoy hearing the music on a Saturday, Sunday morning. So that language works for me. We're not talking about electric guitars amplified or, electric drums. So that language.
Just to state the obvious, solo or duo means a singular or two musicians.
Right. We're not even talking about trio.
I'm tired too.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that's what you
And
okay.
I see staff squirming.
Sorry. I'm not sure I could define lightly amplified.
Yeah. So on top of that, and maybe someone will have a suggestion for that, I would like to recommend that this be a pilot, that we see how it goes, since it's going on already and we haven't received any complaints. And if we get back into the decibel and noise ordinance, we're going to end up again with, it's measured from the property line of the person who's lodged the complaint. So
it said in the ordinance that 60 decibels is black and white.
From the property.
No, it says 60.
Okay, we don't need to engage this way.
That's what it says.
Sir, please. Quick question for you, Councilmember Goddard. What's, you're recommending a pilot. What's the time frame of this pilot? Do you have a sense of that?
We are going to come into the winter rainy season, please, soon. But I would say that we would check in. It's October. We do a 3-month check-in to get through the fall.
Yeah, I sympathize with staff's concern about how to define these things. And, I have to say, I served on GPAC, and I have to say that the noise element of the general plan was not really tailored to Fairfax. It was pretty much provided by a consultant as like, this is how a noise or element normally looks. And none of us really said, no, actually that should be 71 decibels. It's, and I'm an engineer, I know what a decibel is, but it's so subjective that I find it not a very useful thing to talk about the decibels. But with all due respect, there needs to be some way to actually define it and some way to limit it. But what I think what you just proposed sounds just exactly like what I would envision. It sounds perfect. It's just a matter of how you define it, how do you enforce it, all that trickiness. But what I would picture is that it's not like you're trying to make music louder. What it is really that you've got more variety of instruments. There are instruments that exist like a keyboard, a small keyboard that is an electric instrument. And, you could wheel a piano in there and that would be not an electric instrument, but the keyboard is much smaller and it has more sounds. The idea of the small keyboard isn't necessarily that you crank it up to a huge volume. And in fact, if you play a piano in a certain way, you can get quite a bit of volume out of a piano. So it's not just a question of volume, it's a question of sometimes of just having more variety of instruments available.
Bruce, are you suggesting that we don't limit it to acoustic, that it's?
No, I'm saying that I think what Renee, I'm just supporting the idea of not just throwing the whole idea out and saying there can be no electricity involved. It just seems like it's a limitation on musicians. I'm not a musician myself, but I think that that's part of the issue. It's not just a matter of, do we want them to really crank it up? And in fact, we don't want them to really crank it up. One reason being something that we got in an email, which is that, well, there are a lot of parklets, and if they're all doing it and it's all loud, it's going to be a cacophony. So,
right.
Yeah, we want to keep it mellow. But,
I guess I want to weigh in and just say, I understand the concern about the term lightly amplified and not being able to define that. But for once, could we not belabor this for the next 3 hours? I think Renee's suggestion about a pilot for a solo or duo, which would be one or two people, probably not a dog, lightly amplified or low amplification of acoustic music only as a pilot for 3 months. I just don't think we need to belabor the various types of musical instruments. Right now, we really have Otis Scarecrow and I guess somebody else.
Yeah,
And
we
don't
have,
need.
sometimes Sorella has keyboards.
But
Is that different?
TUP.
Because
TUP.
It's not a
Different.
part-
okay.
So let's just, it would be nice if for a change we could do something simple, and I realize it's going to be some judgment call. And if we do it for a 3-month pilot, as Council Member Goddard says, at the end of 3 months, we start getting a bunch of complaints, then we start either slicing and dicing this or say we don't do it anymore.
Quick
But-
question.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm totally on board with that. Can someone throw out like days of the week and hours to keep this moving?
Well, I'd like to say something that I would say keep it no later than 8 o'clock at night and no earlier than 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm just throwing these out there and just say all days of the week. But the one piece I would like to add is that the instrument itself, or the instruments, if there's the duo, would be contained within the parklet, so that they're not on the sidewalk with their cords or whatever. So they have to be sitting in the parklet.
I'm trying to remember what? Yeah, I've asked Chancy's looking for that. We had a noise concern when we were developing the skate park and what the hours of operation would be, because there are people that live very close by. And I think it was 10 a.m. to sundown, but
I just got it. It's 9 a.m. to sunset.
okay. So that's just some guidance that we could think about.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
The only thing about that is that, if they want to do gentle music in a parklet around, like, let's say it was Amelie, and they wanted to have a flute player or something into, I don't know, I'm thinking of a gentle instrument. And through sort of the dinner hour, I like the 8 o'clock time better. We have a nightlife downtown and I don't think it would be disruptive.
I'm supportive,
Yeah,
especially
I'm
since
fine
it's a
with that.
3-month
I'm
pilot.
supportive, so 9 to 8. And I think all days of the week,
Yeah. And
and then contained, the musical instruments and the people contained within the park lot.
And in the interim, I think we might get feedback from these musicians or from Fairfax Roastery, Coffee Roastery, on the, maybe it's like there's settings on the volume down. Well, there is low setting. So, I mean, we might be able to get some more specificity around that, but
I think if we're, like I said, or Councilmember Goddard said, if we just do it as a 3-month pilot,
yeah,
we're not doing it for a year, we're not doing it for 6 months. We have an opportunity to change
to
it.
tweak it. Right. Heather, do you have
So-
what you need on this? Are we making a motion here?
You don't need a motion. This
Okay.
is just direction.
Okay.
But I
So,
appreciate that. And what I heard is a pilot until mid-January with all days of the week, but no earlier than 9 a.m., no later than 8 p.m. Lightly amplified acoustic instruments, solo or duo.
I think we
And
nailed
the
it.
musicians with their instruments contained within the park lot.
Completely
Correct.
contained
Yeah.
within the parklet. Thank you.
And I'm supportive of that, but I really want to complain about the coyotes. They are so loud. They wake us up. Something needs to be done.
Well, more enforcement. Okay, thank you all. Meeting is adjourned. We'll see you on November 2nd.